Oh boy, guys. Let's go, dude. It's hump day. Get it. Turn it up, bro. Get it. Hey! All right. Oh, that was a fun one. All right, sorry. Got to get my energy up. You know how it is. Hello, everybody. Welcome in, dude. How you doing? How you doing? Good to see you. YouTube, Twitch. You guys having a lovely Wednesday? Are you awake? Has your day been turned on its head with... Dude. All right, let's chill out. Like, I wanted the excitement music for the first time. By any chance, your dad? No. This is my dad's hat. I just took it from him because I really appreciate him. Am I lagging? Is the camera lagging? Or is that just me? Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. Hello, Hump Day friends. Good afternoon to you notification gang. AAK, Crassix, Yoey, Maverick and Vastin and the Lurch, Mr. Shiny all in the chat dancing up. I love it. Good to see you guys. Baltzen blessing us on YouTube, starting us off with a membership for 23 months. 23 months is basically Toes Gang energy. Thank you, Baltzen. Appreciate you, dude. Hope you're having a good week. Hope your hump day is humpy enough. And hope GII things going smoothly. Fola also in the chat on YouTube. Overboard, Malachi, and Bill Dratz. Thank you guys for bringing up the big red. I know how YouTube can be sometimes. How the sticks treating you? I haven't tried them yet. I'm taking it one step at a time. You guys are joining me for every single one of those steps. Today is day 2. We're going to do the key bindings. We're going to get in for a first chance to try these out, and we're going to see how I do. What's up, gamers? Space nerds! Hey, who was it? Who was it that was listening to... Somebody was watching the stream. I think it was it Frisch? Somebody said they were watching the stream with the headphones off, and I had a big outburst, and it got him in trouble. Believe it or not, I don't even notice that my volume changes that much. Sorry. The video from your Twitch says full version on YouTube, but you can't find it. Is it still up or available? Full version. Is that my trailer? Nope. That's just this stream. Man, I'm hearing my road getting over processing. Elgato just announced some new audio devices, and I am very tempted to switch over to that because as you guys have known, I've just struggled to get this road to work correctly with the dual PC audio I want. Thank you very much. Which just froze my computer. Let's try that again. Just switch over to my profile. There we go. Is it on here or something? I can't even see it. What is it? The main trailer that plays? I think it's the cinematic. I think if you are... I think you're looking for... Thank you very much. What? Baltzen. My dude. Thank you for dropping 5 memberships over on YouTube to get us started. And YouTube is still... Can we turn the YouTube alerts off, please? Like, just completely shut them off from the stream. And I will add Mr. Baltzen to the Toes Gang. Got to start it for the Toes Gang today. Thank you, my dude. I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you very much. All good. I was telling Mrs. T. Thank you very much. You did? I don't understand. I don't know what the hell to do with the YouTube. You know what? I'm just going to do it right now. Let's go to Stream Elements. Let's get this taken care of. Let's figure this out. This thing will not die. It's driving me actually insane. Let's see. YouTube alerts. All right. So every time you drop a sponsor, right? Toes. I think it's whenever you do one of these. No, that's not alert. This is alerts. Settings. Member alert. Swoosh ding. So that's definitely not what plays. I'm just going to take that off. All right. So you're probably looking for cinematic. I think this one? Does this sound right? That's not the right music, huh? This is not it, no? I don't think this is it. It wasn't the Microtech one. Not that one. Not that one. I used to do a lot more of this before I got to do more like information-based videos. This one? Yeah, I think this is it. This is the one you're thinking of, yeah? I'll post this in chat for you. Toes. I think that's the one you're asking about, Trulin. If not, let me know. Okay, so we're gonna get into some HOTAS goodness here. Thank you, Mrs. T. But first, I have something to say. Something that probably is a little bit not as fun times as what many of you are looking for, but it's something that I would really like to say because I feel like at some point it's gonna come out, and I don't want to catch you guys off guard. So instead, I'm gonna say right now that here is our chance to have this talk, and then once I'm done with this, we can put the topic away, and we don't have to bring it up again today. But again, I wanted to bring this up because it affects us a lot. So as you know, me and Mrs. Tomato, Mrs. Tomato herself is from Turkey. We lived there for a lot of our time starting this business. We started the business there. We've done a lot of our stuff over there. We go back and forth. We have family there, brother-in-laws there. All of our friends are there. Also, true of Turkey, they have the second largest standing army in NATO. This is because every single person who is of fighting age that is a man has to go through the military training when they become of age. And anytime that Turkey is drawn into conflict, all of them are expected to serve. So when the possibility of war comes up, it is an extremely scary prospect because there are a lot of people that we know who will end up boots on the ground. Today, for the first time in quite a while, Turkey was attacked directly by Iran. This is part of the ongoing war that our stupid dumb fuck Cheeto in chief started, and it is now escalating and spreading, and it's potentially dragging NATO in. Turkey is currently the front line of NATO on that side of the world, and a missile was sent into the country. So we got a call from family this morning. It was not a fun call. It is a very terrifying moment for the people of Turkey, and obviously therefore our family. So if this becomes a hot topic for us, I just wanted to lay it out there why that might be the case. I have a lot to say about this, but I'm going to leave it at that. I just want to make that clear and put that out there before we get to the fun stuff. Thank you for listening. And I hope you can have some sympathy for the situation that a lot of people are finding themselves in for reasons that nobody really needed to be dragged into. Now, with that being said, It looks like I missed some stuff on Twitch as well. Wait, did we not have Twitch alerts? Did you actually turn Twitch alerts off? Because that's what I did not hear. Hi to you guys. No, Vastin, I wish it was master modes. I wish it was that simple and straightforward. Fortunately. Real world calls. Listen, yeah? Baltzen, dude, thank you for gifting out subs on Twitch, too. Hold on. Hell yeah, brother. Baltzen pumping us up for the March run. I appreciate you. And Krassix as well, subbed for 10 months. Thank you for that, dude. Baltzen already is doing 26 months on Twitch. Space Marine, thank you for the 29 months, dude. Almost to the big 3-0. I appreciate you. Vivi Jr., 59 freaking months, dude. Holy crap. Wow. That's almost 5 years. I feel like we need to, me and Mrs. Tomato were talking about getting some for you guys for 5 years. That's nuts. Thank you so much for the support, friend. And Wardrake, thank you as well. Hope you're having a good day. Sending lots of love your way and to the family. All too often, many of us miss the facts that everyone is affected by things like this. Yeah. Yeah. This is, yeah. It's a scary time, dude. So, what's going on this week? We touched up on Monday, and we knew that the Evocati patch was going out for 4.7, and that was going to be the first time we get to see the Rock Cracker facilities, which were introduced last year at CitizenCon. You know that? Now, I don't think I can show the patch notes because they were in Evocati. It's so hard to keep up with whether or not that's allowed. I think because they're in the Evocati thread, I cannot show you guys the patch notes, but we can talk about it a little bit before we get into the HOSAS. Thank you very much. Stuff. Oh, Trulin, dude. Let's go. My man dropped 5 more subs. Big Twitch energy today, guys. Thank you, brother. Thank you, much love. If you're getting that, if that support is getting thrown to you guys, by the way, from, whoa, Alan, popping up in YouTube. Guys, life is crazy. We got you back. Things are gonna work out. Sending love. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Send the love to Mrs. Tomato. She's terrified right now. Appreciate you though, dude. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the memberships, for joining us on the Toes Gang today. Appreciate you guys. Okay, let's see. So where is this posted? Does anybody know if it was posted to the patch notes? Cool. Okay. So we're good. We can talk about this. So we'll go over this first before we get into things. So you can talk about it, but don't show it. Right. The thing is, you have to make sure that the patch notes that get posted actually get posted to this page. If they get posted to the Evocati patch notes page, then you can't show them. If they're posted to the regular public patch notes page, then you can. It's weirdy. We didn't start this, what? Did you just see Elliot on screen? Yeah. Yeah, we'll get to that. Good old classic Star Citizen conversation fun, you know, no, just Elliot's face popping out of nowhere, having good fun. Peace, love, and blessings to your family and loved ones. Thank you, Gumbo. And good to see you in chat, my dude. Always love seeing you in the chat, my friend. Okay, so 4.7 went to Evocati, and I haven't gotten to jump in and try it out yet. I've heard a little bit of feedback from it. All I have here is the patch notes. Now, I might put this out as a video where we just go over the patch notes and some of my early expectations from it, but they also sound like they're going to be doing an Evocati test again today, so if I can get into that and get some footage, I will put that on the end of this and have this just be like a whole kind of impressions of Evocati Rock Cracker facilities first. But here they're telling us what is coming in 4.7. Again, this is not everything that's going to be in the update. This is just the stuff they're testing right now for this first initial patch. Considering it is March 4th and we're hitting Evocati, I think there is a very good chance that we could see this hitting the PTU by the end of next week. And then a PTU run until probably the following week. But it does seem like this is something that they're trying to get launched sometime between March 18th and probably March 27th. They're not going to wait until the last week, and we know it's going to launch after the Alliance 8 events is done on the 17th. So we have a few more weeks until this is going to be in everybody's hands, but we're going to learn a lot in that time. Now, PvP is not allowed right now. This is so that people can focus on testing the stuff that's in the game, actually making sure it works. This does not mean there's no PvP in the areas. I saw somebody thinking that. This is just something that is said during Evocati patches, so that initial testing phase can get done. And the initial testing phase is focusing on rock cracker operations and QV breaker stations. Hold on, saxophone. Ooh, sorry. Had to stop for that. We got some known issues going on, all in Nix. I'm guessing all of the all of the stuff going on in this update is going to be in Nix. But we can actually see some from this update. Like, these are details, right? This is a bug. It says breakable ice entity visible stays intact after shooting icicles. I'm guessing this is going to be a lot like the Onyx facility where you have to break stuff to get around it into different paths. We can also see that, like, the lasing catalyst. The laser catalyst can't be detached from the monorail. We'll get to more of this actually down here. But it tells us that there's a lot of moving around here, a lot of parts, a puzzle, if you will, that you have to do with probably different power pieces and things. What my biggest thing I want to see here is, and again, some people might have already learned this from the first Evocati test, are they going to use the resource network? Are they going to use engineering gameplay to start building puzzles? Because one of the first things we saw when they did their vertical slice was a puzzle based around a power component. And I thought that was really telling because it was just a really quick, keen insight into Squadron 42. But I think it told us a lot of what they're going to try to do with Squadron 42 to complicate situations outside of just gunfights. So here, they have to find a way to cut open this panel, right? See that there's no battery in the panel. Figure out, how do we get battery? Go do a little searching. Eventually you find a component in a broken down vehicle. You pull it out, you bring it over, you put it in, it boots up the power, it turns on the lights. Get you the next step forward. Not a crazy novel thing, right? This is a sort of puzzle that you'd see in a game like Uncharted or Tomb Raider, but with the systems that they've built for this, I would expect them to double down and use those power systems, life support systems, all that kind of stuff to make it more interesting to jump into these systems, these locations. And that, I hope, is something that they're doing here. But we'll have to jump in and see. Evo servers were a little bumpy last night, so you couldn't quite get into the facility. Bean the Queen. I hope that's how you say that name. That's a pretty good one. Thank you for the bits. I appreciate you. Much love. Thank you for sending that love over to Mrs. Tomato, guys. Gameplay. What's coming with these rock cracker facilities? Well, they are a dungeon, it says. This is a dungeon. I don't know if they called the Onyx facilities a dungeon. Let's see. Star Citizen patch notes 4.5? Was it? The CPU overdraws on my ears are driving me nuts. I hate it. I hate it. Gameplay, ships, vehicles. Was it 4.5.1 maybe? 1 Evocati. No, that's 4.50. Where did they introduce the Onyx facilities? I just want to see if they refer to them like that. Or if this is the first time they're calling something a dungeon. Raina! Yo, how's it going? Welcome in. So here, engineering gameplay. What? Holy crap. Wait, no, guys, we have moved faster than I'm thinking. No, 4.4 is when they brought in Onyx, huh? Wow. Dude, not many years I can't actually keep up with the numbers. Good for them. All right, so this one, 4.4, Delamar Levski. Bro, I'm so lost at when things came out. Yeah, 4.4 was February. When did Onyx come out, dude? This is crazy. They released so many updates in the last, like, year, I guess. Onyx Facilities, Part 3, they say. The Onyx Facilities used for the new investigation missions in 4.3 have been expanded to include mission content beyond the previous release. So that's 4.31. We want 4.30. You heard 10 Pounds say it's not like Hathor and Stace. He says it's more like Onyx. Okay. Interesting. You know, I wonder if you'd be willing to jump in here. Um, 4.3, here we go. 1.0 beta 2028. Was Onyx 4.2? Okay, so this is like the, this is that second part, yeah. Onyx Facilities house a new investigation mission set in approximately 100 newly added abandoned research locations spread throughout Stanton. Kind of funny, actually, he's going to be editing this and see this part. Cut it out. All right, let me go all the way back then to 4.2. That's nuts. That 4.2 is in the summer, dude. It's the timeline is crazy for the last year of Star Citizen. Are you wrong, or is the rock cracker kind of literally the orbital thing, but in space? People are saying it plays more like Onyx. Research facilities, data center. They never call this a dungeon. I think this might be the first time they have formally called something a dungeon. Anyways, that was a whole bunch of wasted time just to confirm something that we didn't really need to, but they say it's a sandbox location event based in Nyx. I don't know why they need to call it an event, but they do. That will utilize new asteroid mining stations to task players with rebooting one of these derelict stations so they can mine a large mineral resource at the center of the asteroid. This will primarily be a PvE-focused sandbox activity with players fighting NPCs and creatures that have infested the dungeon during the course of restoring the station's mining capabilities. For feedback focus, this dungeon experience is designed with 4 to 6 players in mind. That's actually nice that they say that. Also a little bit wild that it's for 4 to 6 players. I'm guessing they're expecting the same people who reboot the station to also do the mining in that case. Like, how much can you really mine a large mineral extraction with 4 to 6 players? We'll see. These locations can have sandbox activities that include interior missions such as recover item, missing person. Huh. You gotta like track somebody down and probably find like a info on them or something. Okay, looks like 10 Pound 42 is gonna jump on here and talk to us a little bit about what he experienced. And there are currently 60 exclusives. Interesting. Well, let's hear what he has to say because he actually got to jump in and try it. I won't take up too much of his time. Open Discord on this computer. Moth fix as well. Nothing about the moths yet, but I mean that'll be there. This is just that first Evocati playtest. Jeez, there's a lot of bug fixes. So the biggest thing I think that we've learned here is that there are 60 exclusive locations and 30 contested ones. This likely means there were 60 locations that you can't find unless you get the quantum beacon, like at Onyx. And then there will be 30 contested locations that are always visible, like Hathor. And then in addition, it looks like they're going to have locations that probably have repetitive missions that send you there, so that people are doing those repetitive missions but not running into the people who are doing the full loop. It seems like they're still strategizing to try and figure out how best to make this work without having instancing in the game. Not just about the rock, they have other missions attached. Yeah. The Hathor locations are actually like that too. You can take missions that take you there. Hello, my friend.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Are we on the internet? Should I not say outrageous things?
No, you can say outrageous things. Doesn't mean we're not on the internet. So no, sometimes that's more fun. Thanks for jumping in here such short notice, dude. We were just going over the Rock Cracker patch notes, and I was like, yeah, I haven't played it yet, but as people were saying in chat, you have. So I figured maybe, do you have any I want to tell people to go watch your video because you have a full summary of what you went through, but do you have any short takes or interesting things that you saw?
Yeah, so I was probably quite lucky that I got onto a server that didn't have many people on, and it survived for a while or a shard zone, I should say. Lots of people didn't have any luck, but I did manage to set my spawn in Nevsky, and then I managed to get to a rock breaker, or rock cracker, whatever we're calling it, thing. And so I had about 20 minutes running around inside, and the way I'm describing it is basically, it's very much like Onyx. If you're trying to think about what it's closest to in the game, I would say it's closest to the Onyx facilities in terms of you go in, there's NPCs around, you've got to shoot them, multiple locations.
Sorry, hold on one second.
Oh.
Chat's saying they can't hear you?
Oh.
You can't hear him?
Oh.
That's weird. Does it just look like I'm just sitting here in silence? They should be able to hear you. I don't see why. Very low. What?
I'll keep speaking, and then hopefully they will say it was working.
Yeah. Wow. Okay, that doesn't make any sense. Because you're at -7. Oh, I've got a huge cloud lifter on my mic. That's why. All right, I'll turn him up a little bit. That's just gonna blow my ears out, but let's see if that works.
Sorry.
That's so strange.
Some people are saying YouTube can hear, but a tad low on YouTube, it says in the chat.
Yeah, I've just never had this problem before.
Huh? I can get a bit closer to the mic.
No, no, we can just keep going. I will just turn my own headset down, I guess. Go ahead.
Cool. Yeah, anyway, so where was I? Well, for the people who couldn't hear, effectively I've been in, and it's quite similar to the Onyx facility. So if you've been into the Onyx facilities, there's multiple rooms, puzzle bits, NPCs to shoot, but it feels a bit tighter, a bit kind of more enclosed than Onyx. So it doesn't, in the way that Onyx has kind of big open rooms, it has a few rooms that are quite large and quite kind of grand. The bits that I saw, at least, were not like that. They're much more kind of tight corridors. That doesn't mean those bits don't exist. It's just the time that I had before the server crashed, I only saw kind of quite smallish set piece locations, if that makes any sense.
So when you were in there and were you trying to go through the process of getting the station back going?
Well, because they gave no instructions in the Evocati notes for this first one. They basically wanted to see how it works as like a first time play. I had no idea what I was supposed to be doing. So I was effectively running through it, but I was unaware of exactly what I was meant to be doing. So I pulled something out of a piece of machinery. I don't think that was a battery, but I think other people have talked about there's batteries that you're trying to get. I pulled something out, but it was unclear exactly where I was meant to put it. And so I basically worked my way through a few rooms and NPCs and found that thing. And then not long after that, it crashed. So it was a pretty rough Evo test in some ways.
As they are. How
Yeah.
often were you getting attacked?
So you land at a landing pad, and then you go through an airlock, and then immediately there was a couple of NPCs there. Then as you work through, I think what did I do? Go down some stairs, was it next, or an elevator? Maybe I went down an elevator, and there's some more NPCs there. Then into another section, more NPCs there. As in, it was fairly heavy on the FPS AI PvE content.
Would you say?
was okay.
Would you say? Because in the patch notes here, I believe they say something along the lines of, where is it? This will be a primary PvE focused sandbox activity with players fighting NPCs and creatures. I think at one point they had said that the FPS was secondary. Does it feel like the main thing, or does it feel like it's sort of background?
In the bit that I felt that I was doing, it definitely felt like the main thing you're doing to get to the puzzle stuff. I have no real idea of how big the scale is of like the puzzle part of it, where you're trying to collect these different things, I think, to get the station back online. I've got no idea how many levels there were in this facility, or how many sections I didn't see. There was a map that showed different bits, but what I'd say, the bit that I played was pretty heavy on the FPS PV content. But obviously
People
then once
love
you've done all that, yeah, but once you've done all that, then you get to the mining stuff maybe. But I mean, I'll say it's designed for 4 to 6. I wasn't struggling to get through it on my own. The question will be, can you do it on your own, or are there certain parts of like the puzzles where you need to do 2 things at the same time, so you need more than one player? Like when they say this is designed for a 4 to 6 group, what exactly does that mean? Is it impossible for a solo? We don't know that yet.
I'm also thinking, like, does that include, are they basically just saying that the 4 to 6 people who go in and do all the clearing out and puzzle stuff are also the same 4 to 6 people who get in the mining ship and go into mine? Because I thought they were gonna they were planning on those being different groups. Which, I mean, you could do that yourself, but
yeah, the way it looks to me as though it isn't like there's a group outside doing something and there's also a group inside doing something at the same time. It seems to me as though you all go inside, you get the station back online, and then you mine. That would be my guess from what I saw today. But I don't think anybody actually has ever. I don't think anybody today has actually managed to complete it, or at least I've not heard of anybody, because the servers were in such a poor state. So they're doing another test tonight, and maybe then we'll have a clearer idea of what exactly the flow is supposed to be with it.
Yeah. How would you say it differentiates from Hathor? That it feels so much more like Onyx?
I mean, the major thing I was pointing out in my stream in the video, Hathor obviously is just, there's 4 Hathor locations, and so if you want to do that content, you're kind of filtered into those locations, and they're obviously quite big, they're open air, whereas this feels much more tight, and there's obviously so many locations that if you don't want to ever see anybody, like the Onyx facilities, there's so many Onyx facilities that it's pretty rare that you'd ever see another player in them. It's a similar sort of thing from that side of things.
So kind of like how they've implemented into the game. It's similar in that it's not instanced, but they've definitely made it so that you're not going to run into as many people.
I think so, yeah. And it's funny because the point we were making earlier was that my understanding, or what I thought was going to happen based on what CIG had shown us, I thought it was Hathor V2 or Hathor in space, lots of people were saying. The idea that it would be a big org thing that orgs would be fighting over, and I just don't see that that's the case now, especially because it's only designed for 4 to 6 players.
Right.
It's not org content, and I think the reality is org people will be a bit disappointed, and definitely some people earlier when we were talking about were disappointed that it isn't a big org thing. But I think when we did a poll and when we looking at the comments on the video, I think you can see that the vast majority of players are quite happy actually that this is a PvE only really event. We don't know exactly how it works because they've got exclusive stations and then they've got contested stations. We don't know how contested will those contested stations be. We don't have any idea how that's going to work. But primarily, as CIG have said, it's a PvE thing, and people on the whole seem to be happy about that. But yeah, if you're an org looking for the next Hathor thing to do, like big battles with other orcs, fighting over trying to lock down the area. I don't think that might not even be possible, and I don't think that will be common.
It's interesting then. Do you think that it's reasonable that they call it a sandbox activity?
Yeah, it's an interesting one because obviously it's in the mobiGlas as well, so it's not just something that you're going to happen across. You have to take a mission, so it definitely, to me, I'd say it's more sandboxy. I think it's more theme parky. I think to call it sandbox seems maybe just not true. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know why they obviously care about what we call their things, whether we call them events or we call them activities. I don't know why exactly, but yeah, I think to call this what do they call it in the patch notes? So like a PvE sandbox activity.
Yeah, that's sandbox location event.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Yeah, I mean, part of it could be sandbox if you can just stumble upon the locations, but if it has been designed to play out like Onyx, they're calling it a dungeon. Yeah. Then I don't see why you don't just say it's a dungeon, but maybe it's two different versions of it. We'll have to see. It's first day, so.
Yeah, and this might be the sort of thing that they might convert in the same way with Onyx. They might convert this to instances at some point. Once that tech is working, they might come back and look at this, and rather than there being 110 locations for this, there's maybe a couple, but they're instance. We don't know what they'll do, but yeah,
I think you're right about that.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see. But people seem happy. More people than I thought, at least in the comments of my video, seem happy that it's PvE focused, which I think probably sums up maybe the player base. And we have this whole thing where we always like, oh, CIG have sold this game to everybody. Everybody's got different ideas about what it is, but maybe the response to this one shows that actually the vast majority of people are quite keen for some PvE content like this, and maybe the org people and the PvP org types are maybe more in the minority than sometimes it looks like from the kind of noise online, if that makes any sense.
So I have a question for you then.
Yeah.
If they buffed the difficulty of PvE, do you think they'd still be cool with that? Or is it a PvE thing, or is it I want a consistent, easier experience thing, or is it just like I don't want to have to lose to other players thing? Because what if this was still really difficult and you couldn't do it, even if it was PvE?
So as in for a PvP player, you think they would be unhappy if it was really hard?
I'm asking you if you think, like, all the people who are happy that it's PvE, what if it did and then we got access to it, and it ended up being like the most difficult thing in the game?
Well, yeah, I mean, there was that section of time when the Vandal tech smuggler stuff in Nyx was the NPCs were on steroids, weren't they? They were just like headshotting everybody from everywhere, and nobody really enjoyed that. I mean, yeah, if CIG, from my experience today, I was on a server that I think was running at 30 FPS, and I wasn't really struggling. It was a bit of desync, but I wasn't really struggling to do it, so it wasn't that difficult. But yeah, I mean, yeah, I think they've got some balancing stuff always to do to make sure it's kind of fairly balanced. But I think, unfortunately, we have not to turn this into some sort of like political commentary or anything. We do have a similar situation where we have two groups of people that are often very opposed, in that PvE people and PvP people can often be on a complete separate side of the coin, so to speak, and it's tricky for CIG to find some sort of middle ground, because ultimately with this, some people will look at this and say, oh, it's just PvE again, the game's always PvE, and other people will look at this and go, oh, it's PvP, there's no PvP.
It's always either one, dude. Exactly. There's no mix.
There's no, and people being able to hold the middle ground to say, the reality probably here is, well, CIG does have to build out more PvE locations like this.
Yeah.
But the flip is also true. They also need to cater more for PvP people. So ultimately, you have to wait and see what comes in over the course of the year. I guess the thing is, though, looking at this year, I think now, if you look at all the content still to come, it's pretty much all PvE. Is that right? And I think people looked at this as the PvP thing for this year, maybe, and it just isn't. So I guess we've got Siege is coming back in.
Go ahead.
No, yeah. We've got Siege, we've got the PvE tactical strike groups, and so I suppose maybe the year might look quite heavily PvE focused.
I'm gonna stand by it. I think that people are really missing the forest for the trees when they constantly label everything as either PvE or PvP. I think it just pigeonholes you too much. And honestly, even if they're dropping in these kind of like theme park sections where you're going in and doing the same thing every time, it's all PvE, you're all safe. Once you leave this place to turn in the stuff you got back to your home base, you're back in the sandbox. So at the end of the day, you still do have to go through that level of like interaction with the wider world.
Yes, and that will be interesting to see what happens to Nyx because of that. Because the thing with this is, if the materials in the rock that you crack are quite valuable, will pirates set up camp on the routes back into Levski? Because the stations, the new stations they've added in this patch as well, I had a quick look at, they haven't got a refinery as far as I can tell, and so it looks as though the main refinery place in Nyx will be Levski. And so will there be some sort of PvP piracy type lane thing trying to catch people coming back in from we don't know, but yeah, you're right, the sandbox is around all of these locations. And so I think ultimately the main thing that I do sympathize with the PvP org crew is that they want things where they're fighting not just against random people on their own. They want org v org locations like Hathor was.
They want to go to war.
Yeah, they want to go to war, and that's where they'll be disappointed with this one, I think.
All right, man. Well, great thoughts, dude. Thank you so much for sharing what you experienced. It sounds like they're going to be interesting locations, but a little bit different from anything we've experienced in Star Citizen so far. So we just got to experiment with them this month and feel out kind of how they're going to fit into the game. I'm glad they've at least made new like space station types surrounding this archetype. It looks good.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be a fun build up to these. It's definitely going to be fun. Lots of people are going to love this. That's the key thing to say. A lot of people are going to absolutely love these locations.
Well, that's probably the biggest positive you can get out of it.
Yeah.
All right, man. Thank you so much for your thoughts. Did you want to talk about anything else?
No, I better go and have some food. The rest of the family is eating, so I'll go and
okay. Yeah, go get some food. Thank you so much.
Cheers.
I'll see you later, dude. Have a good one.
Thank you. Bye.
Friggin' give it up for 10 pounds. Ditching dinner to come talk to us. I appreciate that, dude. Thank you. Man, that means a lot. Say no next time so you can eat with your family. Thank you, brother. So there's some good insight. First looks, first little chatter about this. It's interesting. It's almost like a mixture of the two things they did last year. Like they're combining everything that they've worked on. I always thought of this as another iteration on Hathor, but it also sounds like it's kind of an iteration on what they've been doing as far as like narrative content goes. And I wonder how much of a storyline might develop from this. They didn't say this was where the story was going to continue. It might be something else that they do to continue the story. There haven't been really any like leaks or mentions of that, but maybe this is something to do with it. PvP enjoyer didn't have issues with the roided NPCs as long as it wasn't a long one shot from a shotgun. They were really good at that. That drove me nuts. You see Sandbox as they have something set up, but you as a player could do something different based on what you want to do. Yeah, that sounds like for the general locations, that's what they have those set up for. The contested ones, yeah. Regarding PvP and PvE, the CryEngine guy on SCL Tomorrow did a crazy interview 7 months ago at Quantum. Have you seen it? He explained stuff about NPCs and AI. I watched a little bit of it. Can't say I got a lot of detail. Am I lagging for you guys? Is my voice lagging or anything? Like, I'm lagging pretty far behind for me, but if everything is on time for you guys still, that's fine. You'd like to see items achieved in PvE missions that are not able to be pirated. Lost, yes, but not pirated. What does that mean? A little bit out of sync, a little out of sync, no lag for you. Okay, it's probably it's probably the entire build then. The entire feed is coming through to you guys lagged, as long as my voice and visual is okay. All right, so this was our look into 4.7 Ivocati. I hope you guys got some interesting info out of that from me and 10pound42. Thank you to him for joining us. Go check out his video. He did a full detailed look into what his experience was with Ivocati. You're going to get a lot more information from that. This was just a chance as a first little preview. Thanks for checking it out. Voice lagging a bit, yes. As long as it's not terrible. 10 pound? Yeah, 10 pound 42. Mr. 42. I can actually drop the... Okay. Why, YouTube? Stop showing me shorts. I hate that they pull up shorts advertisements for when you're on the desktop. Don't do that. There you go. If you guys want to check that out. All right. And with that, I think it's time that we get started with the HOSAS, yeah? Oh, we got to touch on this real quick, actually. I did want to see what you guys thought of this. Synced after refreshing. Okay, cool. There you go. So as you know, I am an FPS guy. I have to say it at least once every stream. I came from Halo. And I do enjoy it. But like also, I just gravitated towards games with shooting. I've always stuck to sci-fi, which does guns more than bows and arrows. Mass Effect was the big RPG. I care about the FPS in Star Citizen, and to be quite honest, I've always felt like it's okay. It's fun. I enjoy it. I have a good time. But from the inventory to the interaction system to the balance of guns to the time to kill, it's always been a little bit of a mess. So Heimdelight, member of the community, posted this in the Spectrum forum. Wanted to ask about FPS, and I thought we could read through this and talk a little bit about like what is actually missing from FPS, because they have been making some adjustments. The crosshair, they changed some time to kill stuff. They've made some interesting changes to injuries, but it still feels like the gunplay itself isn't snappy. It's not nice. You go and you watch a game that just came out like Marathon. It's not really that fair to compare yourself to Bungie making an FPS experience, but you want to see them kind of moving in that direction. So what Heimdelight had to say here was, hey everyone, for those unaware, I'm very into FPS in Star Citizen, and I am its biggest critic. But right now, I think FPS balance in Star Citizen is in a great spot. Zach Priest is doing a great job. Ask me anything about it. How much did Zach pay you, Heimdelight? Did he give you a free scope? I heard he's doing that. Yeah, dude, this is a big title. It's a big title to self-proclaim. I'd be interested in knowing that. Pre 4.0, I was skeptical. The direction with the longer TTK was concerning. Guns felt awkward to use, and there weren't many enjoyable options. Post 4.0, things have been amazing. We had medium TTK metas for Tweaker Mod Karna, Quartz, Prism, Pulverizer, P8SC Tweaker, Parallax, ATSCAV, and then the new attachments give viability to a plethora of guns such as the Coda Karna, S71, and more. Boom Tube Edition was also very welcome for anti-air gameplay, making pilots think twice before engaging ground troops. True diversity within the game. Can't wait to see what crafting brings to the table. Changes to armor and guns should make things interesting. Thanks for all the hard work you've put into the current state of the game, Zach. Many of us find FPS and Star Citizen to be extremely fun, except for the desync. And they ask, what's everyone's thoughts? First comment in chat, they need to shorten the death animations. You can shoot somebody and then run the whole Onyx facility and get back, and they will still be falling over dead. It's great. Elliot came on and asked, is he holding you hostage? Do you require assistance? To what I say, that's what people ask when people say that Siege of Orison was fun. There's just too many jokes to be made.
Thank you for coming in.
No, honestly, I appreciate both of what these guys do for the game. I wish both of them, though, had more power to do the things that they want to do. Because you can tell they both, like, definitely Zach. I've talked to Zach, actually, about few FPS games. And people will be like, oh, everybody's super COD brained. And you're like, no, a lot of these people are coming from like the same kind of simulation games that many folks want. Not the whole game to be like, but aspects from the game to be in. You know, games like DayZ, people talk a lot about like the inventory and how that works. Or how the AI in that game act as kind of like an alarm, sort of like in Hunt Showdown. That's cool. Obviously, that gets balanced out by other people, but I do think that both Zach and Ellie... Bro, why are you posting pictures of yourself in the forums? Just what's going on here? That's what I think, man. I personally feel like Star Citizen has a really big problem around medical gameplay. That's just continuously getting kicked down the road. Like, there is an issue with the fact that everybody can basically do to themselves what a medic would have to fly 20,000 kilometers to do. And really the only thing that separates those two things is your ability to jab them with a little pen or blast them with a quick healing beam. Because like as soon as you're up as a character, unless you have to like climb a ladder and you've got like a tier 1 injury, you can't climb ladders, you can basically get back to your ship and fly yourself to a medical bed. So they've already got this problem forming with medical gameplay. And then you take into account that like combat has to give medical gameplay something to do. So they have to both make combat fun and make sense for the people who are holding the guns, but they also have to make combat lead to situations where medics would be needed. And it's hard, dude. Is there medical gameplay? Look, there is. It's just that mainly when we think of medic gameplay, we think of people who are actual medics waiting to get called out to go do medical stuff. The medical gameplay we have in game right now is being a medic in a squad on the front lines. That can make all the difference. Like, if you have a firefight between 5 people and one group has a medic and the other doesn't, the group with the medic will win. So there is tangible reason to have medical gameplay in the game. It's just all very combat oriented. There's no radiation, like in-depth radiation treatments. There are no sicknesses that cause debuffs. Even like crafting to create better potions. What do you call it in sci-fi? Anecdotes? You want to get better anecdotes to your friends? Yeah, like, I don't even know about surgery, but more complicated things to make sure injuries are working well. It's just lacking a lot. So then it's hard to go into the FPS combat conversation and talk about time to kill and how the flow should work, because I realize that there's so many knock-on effects there. That being said, FPS has definitely gotten better in my opinion. And I'm not even just talking about the easy bits. You know, Star Citizen, CitizenCon 2023. And they were talking about a lot of the improvements they wanted to make to FPS gameplay back then, which they haven't made some of them, but they have made quite a few. So like,
You'd be able to hear the audio as well.
There are things, for instance, that like wear and tear on our weapons still isn't in the game, right? That includes
on to some consequence.
Functionally from them like breaking.
Belching out smoke here because it's very worn, right?
It's also aesthetically our weapons aren't really wearing. That's not a ton when it comes to FPS.
Fire your gun,
but it does improve this situation. We also got the looting screen. I think this helped with FPS combat quite a bit. Some people don't like it, but it is much better, I think, for picking things up. We haven't gotten animated interactions. I don't think that's a big deal, though. Radiation came in, but again, I don't think that's added too much to strategy other than don't get radiated and carry a decon pen. Ladders have been nice. That was a good addition. Honestly, stealth gameplay and takedowns are...
We can do a more efficient takedown than maybe our skill level would have allowed. And it certainly looks a lot cooler.
And then FPS scanning, which is still missing. That's a big one that's still missing.
There's a risk here, okay? So there's a charge up time. Means you can't do it all the time. It's going to recharge slowly. You see the bar at the top slowly.
So all of these things were shown in 2023, about 3 years ago, and they're missing, which I think is also a hang up on the FPS gameplay situation. A lot of this would improve how FPS works If not for seeing where players are, you could scan and see where things can be looted. It's just a nice thing to have in games. That being said, Zach did show us a lot of additions that have made it into the game.
Location of things.
New recoil, new sound
and they're a lot
effects,
more impactful, and we
new
can
attachments and
weapon
sights,
variety in the just
a new view down each weapon.
Cheers. New procedural animation over our ADS. So previously, as if you play right now, you basically have a linear pose-to-pose transition. And sure, it's there, but now we layered some of this procedural stuff on top. So for example, if you have an SMG, it can come up a lot quicker, it can flick up.
Whoa, hold up. We got raided. Dude, I'm missing Twitch alerts now too. This is just not going well. We got raided by Super Mac Brother. I didn't see anything about that. Holy crap. Yeah. Hey, thank you so much, Super Mac. I'm really sorry I missed you. Thank you guys for joining in. Welcome, everybody. I say welcome. You've been here for a while. We're just going over... Yeah, hey, Sam, man. We're just going over FPS stuff, FPS gameplay, developments in Star Citizen before we get to starting the process of getting these working for me. Thank you, Trulin. I got that with you with the subs. Joshua, thank you for subbing up. 12 months, a whole freaking year. Good to see you, dude. Warren Immelman, thank you for the 58 months, bro. Hell yeah, he's out there with Vivi Jr. You get an air horn for that one. Thank you for the support. Thanks for being around here for so long. We gotta look eye out for you at 60 months. Secret raid, stealth raid, bro. I'm sorry I missed that.
Up, you feel really cool. LMGs can be a lot more heavy. So before it basically just do, move from pose to pose, but now we can keep it longer down here, bring it up slowly, and overall it just...
So he's literally talking about weapons having different weights and moving differently, aim down sights, reloading, all that kind of stuff. We didn't have that before a lot of this. The FPS stuff has only just started getting better in the last year and a half.
They look really cool, but a lot of that detail can potentially get in the way sometimes. So you've seen, this is a change to the Kana, where we have raised the weapon sight and given what we call the target acquisition window more room to breathe. So if you're aiming at somebody, you can just generally see a lot more, so optics aren't a crutch anymore. And things you'd expect from having a scope in general. And it differs manufacturer to manufacturer, right? So some things are purely digital, some things are purely physical. So if you get hit by an EMP grenade, for example, we're using something like a television sight, like something like Cluey might have, then your optic would turn off. Right.
That's rough. And then there's also the backpack reloading that we've done, the ammo stacking. All of this is what he's talking about when he's mentioning the FPS stuff. These are the additions they've been making over the last couple of years. Come on, internet. Please.
Ammo in Star Citizen, you have to open a menu, put things on. It's a little bit clunky, it's a little bit awkward. So if you have magazines in your backpack, you will now be able to grab them at the price of a longer reload animation.
So all of it,
at one point,
all of it is it's not that big of stuff on its own, but it adds up over time.
PvP, we want to increase the time to kill. This allows for more varied weapon balancing. We can lay into sort of different aspects of the element more. It leads to higher skill ceiling and less unfair deaths. It will no longer be a game of whoever shoots whoever first. Speaking of which, force reactions. We're reworking them. We're aware it's frustrating, and we are going to rework the system to work beautifully. And we're also working on some other highly requested PvP changes. I'm very happy to say a lot of this work has been dialed in. Squadron 42 is in a very good state, and we're bringing this to you soon. Now, over to...
That's such a common... This is working in Squadron. You guys will get it soon. Yeah, some of this stuff is not working the exact same way they show it here. For instance, this reload animation, I do not believe it's the same.
Right?
And yeah, some of the scopes also don't do the magnification, I think, correctly like that. There's also this stuff, which was
We'll
the
all
AI
surround-
changes. They actually talked about putting this into 4.5. I don't know if you guys remember, that was the first tech preview they did, was all the AI
It's cool,
changes and
man.
stuff. I honestly couldn't tell you the AI is fighting any better than they did before. I'm not going to try and say that that's true in game or not. But we can do some more in-depth tests of this a little bit later. I just wanted to come back to this and point out, just like when he talks about what the work that Zach has done, a lot of people will think about how the weapons feel when they're shooting, or how each one kind of hits, how quickly it kills, all that stuff. But there's a lot of stuff that they talked about here that they were trying to do to improve the FBX experience, and I think they've done a decent amount. I still think there's plenty to be done in this game to make it feel better to actually shoot the gun and like be in a firefight. Maybe even reload the first time you try. But this is also, it's just nice to see the devs out here. They didn't really respond much other than posting pictures. But it did get some conversation started. Let's see what somebody else said. Captain Disarray said, personally, I think it's too arcade and TTK is too high. I don't think the higher TTK makes any difference tactically. If it does, it makes tactics less important because firefights generally need to be close range when there is no cover. Part of that is magic healing. There's virtually zero penalty for being shot to pieces and restoring your health gameplay-wise. Originally, it was supposed to properly impact movement, aim, and vision. All is open to balancing, but some suggestions would be med pens should only be able to be used once or twice at most and not be a cure-all. Injury that affects gameplay should remain with only revive and health boost. Medical guns should not be able to revive or restore health and only be able to heal injuries. Whoa. Full healing should require a med bed. This, he says, would make all ranged fights more of an option and so open up more tactical play while bringing some semblance of sanity and balance to revival and healing mechanics, also bringing more tactical elements. Movement speed needs to be reduced, at least sprinting, as every citizen is an Olympic sprinter with bionic lungs and impossible physiology that enables them to turn right angles at full sprint. It looks ridiculous. It plays ridiculous. It is ridiculous. I'm not gonna lie, I agree with quite a bit of this. Something does need to be done to limit medical gameplay. And the problem that they seem to have is, like, as soon as they take that ability away from the casual player will lose their mind. Star Citizen's so stupid. You can't heal yourself completely. I had to limp around because I didn't have work. What do you mean you're going to force me to wait for other players to come help me because I have an injury? That's what you're going to hear, right? So they need to get a method for NPCs to be able to accept those beacons and heal people as well. Just like they're talking about doing with refueling. If they can do that with healing, to the point where if you go down or you have these problems and you are limited by this stuff, an NPC will still pick up the slack in the next 60 to 120 seconds because there's no players around. I hope that happens, but we'll see. Thing is, even if FPS is getting better, it all is balanced on a scale that also includes medical gameplay. And CIG has a lot of work to do in both of those areas, I think, to make the game feel good for people who are getting more into combat, or even just into dangerous situations where you might go down. Either way, this is a long and wildly overextended talk about FPS gameplay in Star Citizen. Hope you got some out of it. And are you guys ready? Are you ready, my friends, to get this HOSAS set up, dude? Woo! It's finally time. Let me just make sure to write these down for £10. So he, if they want to keep TTK high, they need to look at Siege for gameplay feel. Siege, like Rainbow Six Siege or Siege of Orison. I'm guessing Rainbow Six Siege. That would make more sense. You think locomotion improvements will go a long way, but we need Steve Bender for that. Is Steve still... Why do you say that? Just joined the stream. Has he commented on the reports that armor damage reduction is active on the PTU? I haven't. FPS armor? Any other game you would have to wait, and those kind of are the systems. You would have to wait. Oh, like wait for people to get to you. I mean, there's a lot of variables there, right? A lot of games aren't as big as Star Citizen. A lot of games force players to be closer together. Maybe they have systems that are easier to find people and stuff. It could work for Star Citizen, but there need to be some kind of safeties for the edge cases, I think. What's up, Total Waynaker? It's like a fancier wanker. That's like a deep dive, right? That's more of a deep dive than a news thing. Last time we heard from Steve was Squadron 42 video 3 years ago. The Held the Line trailer. Yeah, he's deep in the trenches on Squadron, I guess. Am I not? Oh man, I always do this. You always do this. Do you think we will see apartments being added this year? No, not even close. It'll happen eventually, but that is not in any way a concern for CIG, I think. Ship Armor claims that a size 3 laser weapon does 0 damage to a Perseus body. We'll see. That sounds like fun if true. They can't in a way right now because it's broken in the way that if NPCs fight you, they tend to always hit the same spot. Yeah, they're so good, dude. They're fighters. You're also talking about the difference in waiting 3 seconds for your teammate to get back to you from 50 meters and 10 to 15 minutes from another planet. The current medpen healing is a good counter to the amount of desync and glitchy FPS play. When NPCs can damage you when you're behind cover or damage is delayed, or when the gun doesn't reload on the 10th time, you smash the R key. Is there an argument to be made, though, that if we depend too much on that to protect us from the crappiness of the game's performance, that we're just encouraging the game to stay performing crappy? I'm all for the idea that, like, these guys aren't going to fix problems till they have the replacement ready. And that'll be the case. But I do wonder if at sometimes it's like, hey, you know, we don't have to... We could hold off on this. There's a nice workaround for it. It was good for a while, but at some point, you want to start seeing those things come through. Thoughts on PvP pirates? I hate them. I mean, I hate them because they'll attack me and steal my stuff in the same way that I'll hate a pirate in real life. But I love the risk and the balance and the, you know, the crazy experiences that they could bring to the game. As long as I'm just not getting swarmed constantly. You modified your HOSAS. The VKB left stick is now just strafe and throttle. Rotate is up, down. X strafe. X-axis is strafe. Left and right. Modified the springs so that when you move forward it stays. Oh, that's cool. Man, maybe I should do that actually. That's not a bad idea. Modify the springs on this thing so that I can keep the throttle pressing forward. Because that's going to be my throttle too. That's a good idea. Thank you for that. What's up, Super Cake? Apartments would be smart. Crafting furnishing items for an apartment would be a viable step towards base building. Just to be clear, apartments are definitely a thing. We went over
we
this
want
actually, I
to
think last
explore
stream.
a variety of architectural styles. So when we're looking at potential housing layouts, we wanted something fairly modular in a way in which we could create a variety of combinations. So whether it's living spaces or habitation spaces or social spaces. And also here we're looking at, we want the players to eventually be able to populate the player-owned habitation. So you see here like a first indication of how, you know, the sort of dressing styles that you'd be able to do. Outside of something that's fairly utilitarian, we also want to do something that could be fairly high-end. So here we're just exploring some ideas about what a space could feel like on a different architectural style.
Yeah, we went over this just last time. I won't drag you through this again, but the idea of apartments is definitely going to be a thing at some point. All right, let's set up this HOSAS, yeah? Let's do this. So today is day 2 of the engoodening of Mr. Space Tomato, where we figure out how to actually fly in this game and kill some folks and stop crashing into everything, right? We have our HOSAS set here. Now, you just told me about the idea of removing the spring, and I think I might do that right now before we get started real quick. Do I have to do anything, or can I just take the bottom off and pull the spring out? I don't want it to take too long. But we're going to use Mr. Buzzkiller's guide here. The man, the myth, the legend. He has saved so many people from just quitting out of using HOSAS or HOTAS in this game. Now I've got it mostly already. I've got everything downloaded. At this point, we will start with installing the different programs and software we need to get it all done. You're still going to crash? No, I'm not. I will never crash again. That's how it works. You prefer the button for cruise control? There's a YouTuber that just posted this as coming to Star Citizen, and I think it's on people's minds. Ooh, yeah, it's definitely not coming to Star Citizen. We're so far away from apartments. That's not a good thing to talk about this year. Because the thing is, I'll tell you why. There's a very good reason why Star Citizen is definitely not doing apartments this year. It's an easy multi-stage answer.
This
All right, so
this
if you go back to
it's
this
another
talk
Journey to
about building
4.0 special,
interiors,
where we jump farther ahead and take a look.
you'll hear them talk about here, this part.
Also, there could be traversal opportunities. Like I said before, if the player wanted to go into one building, down, and then through, and then up into another building, what would that traversal network be like? Especially if we're thinking about if it's an older part of the underground of a city, maybe it's less used, you know, people have built up. That would instantly inspire a whole bunch of traversal and investigation missions there. Or maybe there's an old aqueduct or an old infrastructure underground. You know, this could be perfect for underground street racing, or be like for the game. These form a much larger initiative. So we're seeing it a little bit now with the redo of Lowville. That's turning into a much bigger cityscape.
Now, we covered that, right, when we were talking about R-Corp, that they redid Lorville to allow for building interiors to be more possible.
And what that means is every city in the
But, like, keep in mind what he's saying here. Lorville, I'll let you listen.
Game is ready for these building interior spaces. Now, it's turning into a much bigger cityscape. And what that means is every city in the game is
ready.
ready.
I don't think that's right.
For these building interior spaces.
I'm pretty sure R-Corp is still not ready. I don't know why he's saying that. Because they were built on the same system.
Now, one thing to note is the cityscapes are probably going to change a little bit. Just from an initial investigation, we found our buildings are quite small. So expect to see the skylines go through a period of transition, but that's cool because that means we're designing.
So that's the point we're looking for, right? He says that the buildings are all going through their periods of transition. Now we go to Moorville, Lorville. Sorry, I'm taking you through the journey, okay? So that you guys can take other people through the journey when this comes up. You come in here.
Level design definitely also play.
And you can find a place where they mention, whoops, the same thing we were just talking about.
Buildings at the correct scale can enable us later to create interiors for those buildings. And so in that sense, Lorville will be ready for that.
So they updated Lorville in 2023 for building interiors. This was the first city they did, right? So we know that they need to do that update because the art director said it, and now this guy is saying that Lorville got its update. Now, if you go to CitizenCon 2024, and you go to, oh boy, Beyond Pyro, I think it is. Listen to what he says specifically about this.
Of gameplay in landing zones, let's leave Levski for now. And let's jump to Rainy Arkop.
Same guy, right?
Which is missing the most gameplay spaces right now. So we're continuing the building interior initiative.
Okay, so he's saying they're continuing the building interior initiative, which is what we watched him talk about before. So this is the next step of that thing we saw where they were saying they're doing apartments. This is the first step towards moving through that.
Will be independent. So for Area 18, let me introduce you to the Municipal Works.
And now we know that the Municipal Works will not be in Area 18. They will be in Levski. All that to be said, this is the first version of building interiors. It's coming to Nix probably this year as the Municipal Works. And it's likely what they're setting their whole timeline on for doing interior spaces, which is why they probably are going to focus entirely on this. And then once this is figured out, once they've understood how to expand these building interiors in one way, they can start looking towards apartments. But definitely not happening this year. At least that's my take. That was a long detour. Now we can get back to setup. You've been using buzz killers on your VKB since you got them. He does an amazing job. Yeah, I already got his new download for them. How many times have you watched these to remember that? Too much. I've watched them enough to the point where people who come to this stream complain about me watching them too much. So definitely too much. Is player housing in the cities the topic? I think we'll see it in base building first, yeah. All right, let me grab you know what? I'm going to keep this as it is right now. Let's jump in and just see what he's saying here. Right after I say thank you to Alan. Alan, thank you for the super chat, dude. As someone sends you the XML file for your VKBs for you just to add to the root files and the ESC so they appear in the game settings as a template? Not yet, but once I get through this installation, we will figure that out. I'm actually going to be using Tyrus's tool once I get the initial setup started. So let's see what the next steps are.
Now that we've done that, I'm going to go ahead and install Joy2Key. And it looks like it downloaded as an application. That's good.
So
that'll save us a setup. We don't have to unzip it. Okay, there's a little pop-up you can't see. I'm clicking yes. Let me move this over. Here's the GUI. Sorry, I'm not recording on my primary desktop for privacy reasons. Okay, so here's the setup GUI. Let's go ahead and accept the agreement. And then so here's my Joy2Key shortcut. And my Joy2Key window.
And it's kind of already recognized my
the default profile.
My
the first thing we want to do is make sure it is detecting our joystick. So I'm going to move my right joystick, and you see joystick 1 is lit up, and you can see the stick inputs moving. That's good.
Cool.
Now I want to move joystick 2, and you can see joystick 2 is lit up, but you don't see any movement because we're not on that tab. So let me click on the tab, and you should be able to see the movement again. So joystick 1. Tab,
2, right?
Movement, good. Joystick 2, movement. If you see a joystick 3 or gamepad or anything else plugged in,
so it's working.
You need to remove those. because that will mess everything up for Joy to Key, and it'll mess up your bindings in Star Citizen. So only have the joysticks you're using for Star Citizen plugged in when you're running this. If you have any extras and you want to still use my bindings, like if you want to add pedals.
Joy to Key is what? Just to set your key bindings? I don't need to set them.
How that works.
So that's nice.
It's a
So I'm already going to use a different process.
For now, let's just make sure you just have your 2 joysticks plugged in. Okay, moving on. Now, in order to get those to show up, we're going to have to click File and Exit. So we completely exit out of Joy to Key.
Or initial
and then
key bindings.
Click on the shortcut to start it back up, and you can see we have 2 profiles now. So once again, let me move my right joystick. Right joystick is joystick 1. My left joystick is joystick 2. Now, my profiles assume that your right joystick is 1 and your left joystick is 2. If it is, then you just use the standard profile.
You don't need it anymore?
If you move your right joystick and it lights up as joystick 2,
did I just jump to the key binding files then, or is that the same program?
In order to import your files into your binding files into Star Citizen, we first have to find where Star Citizen is installed. If you have it in your default location, the easiest way to find it is to grab your Star Citizen launcher shortcut, right-click on that, and open File Location. That will open up this window, and you'll go up 1, and you'll have RSI Launcher, and then you'll have...
Oops. Missed that.
Grab your Star Citizen launcher shortcut, right-click on that, and open File Location. And that will open up this window, and you'll go up 1, and you'll have RSI Launcher, and then you'll have Star Citizen right here. Now, I do not have mine in the default location, so let me go ahead and open up.
If you're using someone else's bind file and they state you need a third-party program like Joy to Key, you should install it.
Usually a live build.
Okay, here's the thing. I'm going to use Tyrus's tool. I don't know what Tyrus's tool does, so if I don't need to set my initial bindings, then I can skip this. But I would like something that is more reasonable than what I had when I jumped into the game before, because it straight up had me going backwards to go forward. Yeah, I'm following this guide. May have to have Joy to Key change an input on the stick from a slider to a button.
And usually, but the one you want to click on the folder where you're trying to import your actual bindings. This is just my screenshot archive. That's something I've added myself. That's not there normally. So I'm going to click on Live. Sorry if you can hear my cat. She's now yowling at the door.
Yeah.
In the Live folder, which is where I'm currently trying to update the bindings. Again, if you're trying to change it for PTU, change it in that folder. We're going to go into User. Now, if this folder is not here, that means you have not started Star Citizen yet. So you need to go ahead and launch Star Citizen, close it out, and then come back to this folder.
Controls,
so we're going to click on User.
Mappings.
Go to Client.
Cool.
0. Controls. Mappings. Now, this folder, if you haven't put anything in here, should be empty. I currently have my personal bindings for my primes in here, but you may not have anything at all. So what we're going to do is we're going to grab our layout folder. So our layout file
it's an easy fix.
XML file for your specific joystick. So again, we're setting up the dual T16. So this is layout BK dual T16s for Alpha 322, and this is version 2 of the bindings. So I'm going to move that over. And again, the name is going to change depending on what patch it is and what sticks you're using.
All right. I got the
always start with layout
VKBs.
BK and then
Drop them into the mapping folder.
Okay, now that we've done that, I'm going to delete that out of the download folder.
HOSAS helper, yes.
Let me go ahead and delete this as well.
That's what it's called.
Joy to Key setup. Okay, good. And about this profile then. So the only 2 files left over are your 2 binding charts. Again, these are just the files that tell you what buttons are bound to what. And you can keep those on your desktop, or you can maybe, if you want to use the printer version, print them out, however you want to refer to those. Now our next step is to start up Star Citizen. So let me go ahead and do that. Okay, so here we are in Star Citizen. I've gone ahead and muted the music so we don't have to listen to that. Let's go ahead and click on Options. And we're going to go into Key Bindings.
Let's see. Deploy decoy. Speed limiter on the hat. Weapon power increases. Oh, you got all your power right there on the hat. That's pretty nice. Head tracking toggle. That's good. That's actually really good. Space brake, tractor beam. Dude, there's a lot of controls on this. Jesus. Shield increases. Nice, dude. Wait, you can do so much more without... Oh my god, this is going to be way better than a keyboard. Lord. If you're using a tool to set the key bindings manually anyway, I don't think you still need Joy to Key unless you want to copy the exact 2024 setup. I'd like to start from it at least. Switching operator modes is nice. Okay. All right. Yeah, it's going to take a lot of learning. All right, HOSAS helper. So this is Tyrus's app. And what I'm going to do, let's see. So I'm going to bring in the file that I have for my, you don't need to see my taxes, thank you. I'm going to bring in the file that I have and see if that does anything. I'm going completely blind right now. No, this is an HTML file. Toes! You have so many keybinds that you forgot what buttons they're set to. Wait, I don't have the XML file though. This is a little weird. This is an HTML file. Okay. Upload it. Found matching devices. Select device. Gladiator NXT Evo SCG Premium right. Select variant. It is not a variant. And it has no attachments. Very nicely done, Tyrus. This looks good. And then on the left, we're going to select the Omni throttle left, which is what we have. Premium grip includes 5-way thumb hat and rapid trigger. Is that what I have? I do have a 5-way thumb hat. We have no expansion on that either, so we'll go ahead and continue with just these two devices. And here are all of our key bindings for our sticks. And so now as I press them, it actually lights up and shows me exactly what I'm doing. Which button I'm pressing. And I think if you want, you can actually come in here. Oh yeah, you can move the stuff around, make it a little bit clearer for yourself. That's quite nice. Let me put this here, and then we could slide this down and make more space here. So this will allow us to obviously do a lot more quick adjustments as we're playing. Thank you, Tyrus, for this. This is amazing. Again, this is called HOSAS Helper. And it looks like everything is pretty much working. I don't see anything not triggering. Oh, you can do this up to, dude, that's crazy. This is insane, the amount of control I'm getting. Holy crap. And you get all of this on both hands, dude. This isn't even fair. Set gun mode, set missile mode. You can like change your power while you're flying. I could even press like push to talk while I'm flying. I don't have to move my fingers everywhere. Oh, I'm so pumped. Okay, so you also get the chance to switch the different modes. Like this fits for Star Citizen, right? You have a mining mode. You have a salvage mode. And then there's a fixed auto position disabled. No 3D model yet. Oh, right. He needs us to... Yeah, I could send him some scans over for that. So he is working on getting 3D models so you can actually rotate the stick in real time and look at all the different buttons, which will be pretty cool. But for now, they're just images. Disable bookcase mode. Oh, nice. That makes it a lot easier to read, too. This is a really good tool. Holy crap, Tyrus. Yeah, this is Tyrus's app. I gotta add this to our list on Discord of resources to use. This is How has nobody done this before? Wow. It's not meant as a setup tool, more of an overview tool to help you with what is what. Can you not change bindings? You can only see? It only has reading? I see. Well, that's good to know. Very nice for understanding your sticks. But I guess... you can't actually adjust the button, the key bindings. He wants to have that in, but that's later. Okay, that'll be great when that can work. For now, this is nice for seeing what your sticks are doing. But you'll still have to go and, I guess, adjust it all yourself. Still very cool. I mean, once you get your key bindings from Buzzkiller, you can just come in here to understand the key bindings. It's one way to do it. That being said, I think we've got our keys binded. Let's get in the game and do some fighting. Let's see if I can actually hit anything. Crazy that Star Citizen doesn't have a native version of this. Bro. We don't even have a working inventory. If when it does configuration, it will change the industry of HOTAS. Really? Is there nothing that does that well yet, graphically? That's crazy. It did help you discover a few buttons you didn't have set up with anything. It'd be cool to have that on your second PC screen. Dude, actually, that would be really cool. Wait a second. I might do this for a stream. Let me go back. If I could have a screen on that shows just that screen, and then basically the ability for you guys to see that screen and see the buttons I'm pressing while I'm dogfighting, that would be so cool. That might actually encourage me to be good at dogfighting, so you guys can see that I'm not pressing every button. Let's go to Arena Commander, actually. Make sure you copyright that. That's for Tyrus to do. Basically, if I could have another monitor on, so you guys could like see what buttons I'm pressing while I'm fighting, that would be so cool to be able to see this in the corner as I'm playing. Bro, I'm excited for that. It's weird. The new Virpal configurator looks like that. Cool. Mini screens like stick screens below that some of the streamers use. Yeah, I gotta look into that. I need to get more cameras. We need to start saving up for another camera, because I'm gonna need to get a view for this stuff. Oh, frickin' boy. Perfect timing for tax season. Okay. First time flying. Where is roll? Ew, roll is on Z rotation. That's awful. Let's change that. First change. Flight movement. Okay, so we're gonna do pitch up, pitch down. Pitch is the y-axis. That makes sense. Roll. So yaw is going to need to be on the Z roll. And then our roll is going to need to be on our Y or our X. There we go. Okay. Strafe up, strafe down. To be quite honest, I think my strafe... I think I want my strafe on my left thumb. What is this doing? Let's see. Left thumb is EVA roll, IFCS speed limiter, and turret limiter. What if I click it in? Nothing. Okay. I'm not using pedals. No. So strafe up down is going to need to be that or that. X-axis or Y-axis on this? Yeah, I don't like strafe up down on the Z-axis. That's weird. It's so interesting that pulling back on the throttle is forward. That actually feels kind of cool. But I'm going to invert that. Flight to movement. Throttle forward backwards. Yes! No, that's still not doing it. Love that. Use a twist on the Omni for up and down. Is that what you do? That's an interesting one. I didn't... That's what you meant by it's on the Z. Okay, I'll try that. That's weird. Gonna take some getting used to for sure. Flight movement. Throttle forward back. Why didn't this switch? Oh, wrong stick. Ah! It's stick 2. Struggle with me, my friends. Or at least enjoy my struggle. Okay. Forward flight. Roll. Strafe. Oh my god, this is... I'm just accidentally pressing so many buttons, dude. Alright, our roll is inverted. So let me change that. That is joystick 1. Joystick 1 on the Z-axis. Not roll, sorry. Yaw. Flight yaw. Invert. Okay, that's better. What am I pressing? Oh my god. That's gonna be a problem for me long term. This is gonna take some time. And then rolling, you said, is strafe upping and... I guess I could get used to that. Twist to strafe up and down. That's a little bit weird. It also doesn't seem to be working. Oh, I hate roll on rights. I don't want to put the roll on the stick twist. That drives me nuts. What I do want though is I'm not strafing up or down. Do I have a Z extension for the left stick? I do not. Strafe up, down. Yeah, what is this? Button 10 and button 9. Alright, I just did it myself. No pedals. If you can please figure out how to use the Atlas Geo with the dual sticks. Haven't been able to map it correctly. It is both on foot mapping, vehicle mapping, and mining laser mapping. Holy crap. Relative. Where's strafe up and down, not absolute? Did we get our sticks ordered? No, actually, I forgot that I need to do that. The ones we need are the Monster Tech. Desk mount kits. Let's see. Monster Tech. Oops. Mounting kit. Conversion. All right. I need to convert my desk to chair mount conversion. This one. So I need 2 of these, I believe. For the flight chair. Cool. Okay. Yeah, we'll get those ordered now and have those set up. Tyrus! We were using your app, dude. Very freaking cool. Very useful. Much help. Man, this is so sensitive. How do I ping? What are even the buttons, dude? I found the shooting button. Jesus, is gonna be hard to aim, huh? The mounts I'm getting are the Monster Tech mounts. Yeah, I'll have to adjust curves for sure. Let's go race. I got basic movement going on. Let's race and see what I can do. Hey, Aerody. Good to see you too, dude. I'm not going to do the race we did last time. Actually, no, we can do that. We can compare it to how terrible I did last time. Need someone to race with? You want to jump in, Vastin? Wait, this is not the same position. This is a different... God dang it. No, I wanted the same map I did last time. We should also get the Razor since that's what we raced in last time. I think it was that. What? Why can't I select it? That's weird. Alrighty. Gonna give you 30 seconds before you crash? That's way too much time, dude. I give it 15 max. What's up, Jodine? Welcome in. Oh, this was the wrong one. I picked the wrong one again. Damn it. Dude, what's the map that I raced on before? Was it Defford Link? No. It was Haloran Circuit, I think. Pretty sure this is it. Third time's a charm. Yeah, I would love to get pedals. I just, it's so far down my list on things that I need to get and afford. Number one on my list right now is taxes. I don't know anybody who does self-employment taxes, but oh my god. Worst thing ever. Alright, let's go. Oh my god, this is already just so much different from mouse and keyboard. Oh boy, dude. Where am I going? I don't remember the map anyways. Dude, I don't know. I'm so disoriented. Oh boy, this is gonna be a lot of getting used to. Turn! How do I strafe, dude? I can't remember what the freaking strafing... How do I strafe? What did I set strafe to? What's that? That's up and down. Oh, it's on this hat. That's right. No, I think I prefer to strafe left and right with my left hand. Would I? It feels a little bit more natural, like that's what I was trying to do. The problem is the problem really is just that I don't like my buttons. Yeah, I think I want strafe on the hat on the left stick. I think it feels more natural to me. Then again, I could just force myself to stick with this and eventually get it down. The question is, do I have more control strafing with my thumb or my wrist? That's really what it comes down to. The twist on the left hand, though, to strafe up is feeling a little bit better as I go. It's starting to feel a little more normal. What I should be doing. There we go. That makes it better, huh? Now I can do all the things. I do feel like I have more control. There is at least that. Mostly it feels like my problem is just getting used to it. I'm so like you guys are saying I should use my wrist for strafing, but I am constantly trying to strafe with my thumb. And that's leaving me basically unable, like I keep forgetting what's left and right strafe. It's on this hand. Where do you guys have left and right strafe on your VKBs? Do you guys do it on your left or your right hand? I think I want it on my left hand. Whoa! Whoa! Dude, this is so disorienting. Whoa! Ah! Turn! Turn, bro! Where are you going? I don't know what button I'm pressing. Ouch! Whoa! Best way to go through a race. You have your right twist for strafing left and right. Don't strafe on the hat. Left is ship movement, right is look direction for you. You have strafe up and down and left and right on the left stick. But you have pedals for thrust. Left X with roll and Z. Yeah, so it sounds like you guys all see right now, this is controlled by the right hat on my right stick. Left and right strafe. I'm going to try it on the left stick and we'll see if that feels better. Alright, so yeah, we'll take this off, strafe left and right. We'll just attach to the x-axis on the left stick. And then strafe up and down is on the Z rotation. Alright, let's try that. What is boost? Button 8? What's button 8? The hat won't survive that very long, really. On my T16s, I use the hat on my left thumbstick. Probably a bad idea, huh? Oh, am I going the wrong way? Dude, this is crazy trying to get a hold of how this works, but I think I might possibly, hopefully, maybe be starting to understand it. Jesus, dude. As humans, we really are learners. It helps having easier access to strafe, that's for sure. I would have just crashed if I didn't. I definitely would have not made that. Not gonna lie, I think I'm already feeling a little bit better than I was on mouse and keyboard. Day one, baby! Cause yeah, it's more complicated, it's a little disorienting, but I don't have to move my hands and fingers. That's the, whoop, oh, there we go. That's it. That's the biggest problem for me. When I use mouse and keyboard, I don't know about all of you, but I grew up on controllers, so when I try to use a mouse and keyboard, my fingers are like, wait, what, keys? Look down, dude. But this also is making it very, 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 very clear to me just how high the skill ceiling in this is in this game for flight. I know some people feel like it's been crunched with master modes because of speed, but even just the ability to have this much control over your ship, I think, makes a big difference in how combat plays out in this game. This is absolutely not something that I want to be without flying in this game anymore. I've only been doing this for how long? 40 minutes, and this, not even like 20 minutes, maybe 15, 20 minutes. This feels like absolutely the way to fly a ship. Luckily, I'm not much of a pilot, so I don't have to worry about it too often. Huh? Nice. Huh? Nice. Can we get it this time? Can we do it again? Oh, we got through it. Cool. They're like, your dead body fell through the loop. We'll give it to you. This isn't very good racing music, is it? Alrighty, and we have finished. Well done. Oh. JK, we haven't finished yet. Hold on. We got this. Don't crash.
Complete.
We finished the lap. We did it. Woo. Yeah, and then we go uncoupled, right? You have them set up like what? Like hoo-ha? You have them set up like if you had your right hand on the top of the ship, strafe and throttle on the left. More like an actual handcraft, okay. Aircraft. Right stick is nose direction, left is for thrust direction. Yeah, makes sense. Broken moon, fly around the lasers. You'd say, Vastin, instead of racing, I should just do that? Your friend said the same about VR? I feel the same about VR. I don't know if you've seen my VR video, but I put out a video all about how it works on this computer. Spoiler alert, it's not great. In the video, I show plenty of footage of the game not really working that well. But my conclusion is it's absolutely going to be the way to play the game. VR with some HOTAS in a flight sim playing Star Citizen is probably my goal long term. And that will likely be the most immersive gaming experience I get. Well, that's not true. They're going to start doing crazy VR stuff over time. Ouch. Oh! Survived! Whoa, why was it turning that way? Did I do too much thruster stuff? Was that laggy? And why can't I hear my ship, man? Is it a glitch? Oh, there we go. We won't see your beautiful face anymore. I'll tell you what, I will take a picture of my eyeballs and I'll put them on front of the VR headset so you can still pretend like you're looking at me. It won't be weird at all. Just like talking to a normal human being, right? Ah! No! I had that. I had it. I was online. I was good to go, and then I lost it. I folded under pressure. You know what my most excited thing of switching to HOSAS is? Pretty funny, but also maybe not. The idea that I can just roll slowly. Just being able to do this, I'm so pleased by that. I hate jerk rolling with a keyboard. The saying thrust but verify. Sounds a little sexual, bro. Whoop. Where are we going? Where are we going? We're flipping over. We're flipping over. We're going, where are we going? It's hiding. This is already getting easier than mouse and keyboard. It just makes it much easier. Like, once I'm used to this, it's like driving a car for the first time. You feel like it's a lot because you have to pay attention to the steering wheel, the gas pedal, transmission, mirrors, cars around you, all that stuff. But once you actually get used to it, you realize it's really actually quite easy. Because you don't have to move around as much as with the keyboard. Yeah, this is easily how I'm going to play the game from now on. Holy crap. Wish I could have made this change way sooner. It's going to be a while before I'm good at it, I'm sure. But I think already I can feel like my ceiling of capability while flying is higher than I'd had with mouse and keyboard. I just really got to get used to having this strafe on my left wrist. That's weird. Next, I need to figure out where button 8 is so I can actually start using my boost. Come on, get up. Get up. Roll is still throwing me off a lot, too. Shit. Whoopsies. God dang it. Inertia, dude. Come on. Come on. Come on. You're good. Woo. Made it through there. Wasn't a straight line, but we made it. Alrighty, that was a better run. Getting more used to it for sure. I actually think that lap time was better than the first one, even though we sat here and talked for the first 60 seconds. HOSAS is more to remember, but it's much more intuitive, yeah. And coupled is the same way. You know, once you, like, every step you take, the skill ceiling gets higher, you get more capability. The fact that your inputs are no longer just yes, no, it's a game changer. It's so nice, yeah. If you do 30 minutes a day of practice, well, I'm going to practice with you guys every single week. This is the engoodening of tomato is not just a single angle thing, okay? This is a whole journey I'm going through. I'm going to make a big video at the end of it that touches on every step we've taken together and brings in some of the footage from all of these sessions of the journey from going mouse and keyboard to HOSAS. And during that time, I'm going to be bringing in, like I said, people are going to be coming in to tutor me for fighting. I'm going to have Jonathan Winters come in and we're going to do some dueling, some combat training. I will be doing some low flying with the org where we'll be able to see how I can do in that. Obviously, we'll be doing the regular gameplay we always do, but this is going to be like a whole month-long journey and we'll see if I can actually learn how to play Star Citizen well. I am going to try one more circuit here. Actually, no. You know what I want to do is go find that... There's like a map somewhere where you can fly around on the ground, right? Do I do that or do we go and fight a little bit? This is my favorite star system. Ellis. I wonder when it's actually going to be in the game, though. It's a big system. Uh-oh. Should do some race training? Absolutely. Yeah, I should see if I could get one of the racers to come in here. Yeah, maybe I was just talking to Shaq now. See if any of them want to come and like do a little joint session where they can show me some of the tricks. Good doctor? All right. The eye tracker works in the main menu. That's hilarious. Free flight on good doctor. Oh, I'm bringing in Vastin. Best believe that. Oh, I'm offline. Custom. Ooh, yeah, Crossroads of Crime. That's a good one. That's the one I was trying to think of. He is always on? All right, I'll launch us in whenever you're ready. What's up, Vastin? Vastino.
How's it feel, my man, with new sticks?
It's good, dude. It's going well so far. Can you guys hear him? Is he quiet for you guys too? I hope not. Really hurt my ears last time. I actually do strafe up when I'm turning. Might not be able to tell on the screen. Raven, didn't I get the arrow? Ooh, we should fly the Idris.
I think we're in different maps. You pulled me in, but we're not part of the same lobby.
What?
Yeah,
it just says you joined. On the side of the screen?
Oh, you're not in game yet. That's probably why I'm not seeing you.
Deploy! Yeah, is that you?
Ah, there you are.
Dude, I immediately hit the countermeasure button. It's really easy to hit with your pinky.
Yeah, I think you gotta figure out what buttons you want to wear. Like, if you want, just start shooting me up so you can get your key bindings. I'll just sit here and you can adjust the things you want to adjust.
How do I target? What's targetings?
That's something. I look at your key mapping. What'd you map it to?
Well, I didn't map it.
Also, which target did you do? Target on reticle, nearest hostile, nearest friendly. There's a lot of them.
Yeah, let's see. Target, auto target. It's all on the hat. On this one? Yeah. Okay. Lock target is up on the hat, up on hat 1. Interesting. Okay. What the heck? This button still strafes for me.
Oh, it's probably double bound.
This must be the space break. Why is that up?
Yeah, this is the joy of binding keys. You're gonna have to go through each movement, and then if it's doing two or three things at once, remove binds.
It's a really big part of why I didn't actually do this before. I'm guessing that's button 9.
Yeah, you can spend literally hours in here just doing bindings, but then once you have it set, you're pretty much good. Just make sure you save that XML in case it gets wiped, and you always have it for somewhere.
All right, targeting. Yeah, there's no key bindings for targeting. That's weird.
That's odd. You're thinking that if you're using someone else's keybind, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, they for sure should have some targeting. Unless they have a modifier, because I was looking at, I'm not sure how other people have set up, but sometimes people will have like a button marked as Alt or Control, and they'll push that button and another button on the joystick to do an action. So they can bind, multiple actions to one button.
Yeah, that might be it. That's weird. All right, well, let me just start by setting a single button for lock target. Or select target. Yeah, I'm missing something here.
Easy one to do would probably be select target under reticle or forward.
Cycle on. Yeah, I guess it would have to be this.
We can go to select target forward or in view or reticle.
Check fire. Check fire.
Man, it's so much different fighting like this.
It does take getting used to.
Check fire.
You should also look at your power settings too. Have it on a hat, on a stick.
Yeah, I think they are supposed to be, but I have not tried it yet.
So what did you want to try? You just want to get used to flying first?
Yeah, just trying to figure out the controls themselves.
All right.
Good lord, it's so much.
Go to a station, something with a lot of obstacles, and just fly around it. And just keep going and going and going.
See, like, I have to figure out why it looks like he's going into interaction mode whenever I press up on the D-pad or up on the... Oh my god, this is hard.
They might have it too, because also people, like I have interaction on my left stick, so I can push that button and use my mouse real fast if I want to push something in the cockpit. So that might be tied to one of the keys.
It's right here. It's interaction mode. All right. D-pad down for targeting and D-pad hold for unselected. Can you determine a holding of a button versus just pressing? Oh, it's right here.
Yeah, there's a hold.
So auto targeting, does that just target whoever's in front of you?
You know, I've never been able to determine exactly what that does. At one point it did do something, but now if anyone can check and answer that one, because I've never seen a difference when I have it off or on.
Oh, I'm definitely going to take boost off of that key. Boost should be on the left hand, and toggle on is a short press. Toggle off is the long press. Okay, we'll try that. And then boost should be probably here. Yeah.
Left trigger.
Left pinky button. I think I just crashed out. Nope.
Reload chaff.
So the auto targeting isn't picking you up. Interesting. Why isn't that picking you up? Auto targeting will swap to whoever is attacking you. Okay.
Alright, so let me go ahead and shoot you once.
Shields under attack.
I don't know if I have auto targeting on.
The brackets will change. They'll be, instead of a square, the square will invert and it looks like a plus sign.
Yeah,
so
it's not even...
So if you target me, you'll see there's a bracket. I'm in the bracket.
It's not even letting me target you. I think the key binding might have...
Is there a modifier to that keybind, maybe?
Not that I saw.
Well, look at the or the app.
No, it's just button 8. Yeah. Target, cycle, hostile. That's what it says on the app. Yeah, all of these things should be working.
So, red. What's the difference between red and green? Is red means there's a modifier attached to it, or like on the?
No idea.
All right.
Tyrus.
Because you look at buzz killers and other people's predetermined loadouts, you'll notice they have a lot of modifiers, a lot of buttons that are in green, blue, purple. A lot of them delineate like what mode you're in, but some of them say you have have to have your alt.
Oh, like maybe I have to click that other thumbstick in for
Yeah.
this to work?
Yeah, or something like that. So I'm not sure exactly how this is set up. But that's why I was saying it's always better just to start with a base, but then go through and reconfigure it yourself.
Yeah, it's not doing anything. Upper hat has some conflicts. I think the left hat has conflicts. It's weird though because it's detecting it as up when I'm pressing left. And then when I press up here, it's detecting it as up too.
You get the omnidirectional, right? So maybe your left or your right it's up because you have it at an angle, maybe?
No, this is my straight up stick. Yeah, that one's weird. I'm not sure why it's doing that. Because when I press up, it detects it as up. For some reason, I press left, it also detects up for the other options.
Did you calibrate all the axes of all the sticks?
Yeah. Okay, that's right. That's right.
Oh no, you got something yellow. So what's that? It's yellow right now. That's being. Look at the
Left
screen. I'm seeing.
stick, I don't know.
Where your cursor's at, there's a yellow stripe
Yeah, I
across
don't
the
know.
screen.
I think that's the that's just this slider on the bottom.
All right, so that slide on the bottom is being active. So maybe that slider's tied to something else.
Oh, it has to be centered to not be active. Okay, maybe that was doing it.
Sure.
Let's see. No, that didn't change anything.
We're gonna go you can just go down a list. First, get your flight controls down, see that those are working, and then go ahead and see if there's double binds. Hunt down those double binds.
Nothing else is being detected here.
Maybe turn. Did you change any of the mappings in Joy-to-Key?
No.
Maybe turn because Joy-to-Key you create a profile, then you say I want to change my my hat and the little mouse scroll wheel to be, instead of a mouse wheel, I want it to be of a key click, or I want to change a hat from a hat input to.
I mean, I'm looking at Joy-to-Key. I don't really know how it works.
Yeah, I should probably turn it off if you're not using it to change the binds to something else. Maybe that's causing some problems.
All right.
Because it's going from Windows to Joy-to-Key. Joy-to-Key changes the key bindings to whatever you told to change it to the game.
Okay. No, it's no longer detecting. But yeah, still not getting targeting.
All right, well, you said you had changed to auto target, right? Try changing it to target under reticle or forward target.
Oh, it works when I use the keyboard. Toggle on short press, toggle on long press. Lock selected target. Enable or disable target padlock. Auto zoom on selected target. Unlock current target. Lock selected target. Maybe that's what we're looking for here. Okay, yeah, there we go. Okay, yeah, so now it's just using my eyes. It's basically tracking my eyes, and it'll lock on to wherever I'm looking with this setting.
Check fire.
Yeah, I think the most important thing I'm going to need to do is just get all the key bindings done, which sounds awfully exhausting.
Yeah, it's gonna take a few hours. Just go from the menu, go down each section, and see what you would think you would need, what you don't need. You can take off, rebind, and then you just spend hours in here testing it.
Hours, dude.
Yeah, literally hours. As far as flying, just fly around the rings of the station.
Just getting used to it, just feeling it out. The weirdest thing to get used to is roll on twist. Or strafe up on twist. That's a new one for me.
You got the Omni throttle, so it should be kind of natural, like you're pointing you're twisting up.
Yeah, yeah, it does. It feels a little bit, it feels nice, but it's definitely still new.
You're a bike rider, so I'm guessing you're thinking the twist in that direction would be a throttle, correct?
No, I'm used to the twist being on my right hand, so that doesn't throw me off.
You find coupled or decoupled?
Coupled. I'd actually hate if the motorcycle twist was on the left hand.
I know some weirdos that have it on the left and have their clutch on their right.
No, I don't have roll on twist. That's disgusting. I'm gonna head down planet side.
Also, if you want, start setting up your other things like missile lock.
Probably be a good idea.
Missile select, number of missiles. So I'll just fly straight, and you can do all that. And get your binding set for that.
Oh, Tyrus does. Tyrus, what are you doing, man? Dude, there's so much stuff down here.
This was
Can you like?
Yeah, this is actually a P map.
Can you like use this to fight, or is it just a race? Or
Yeah, you can use this for just about anything. But you're kind of limited on the number of people you can bring in.
right? Yeah, they really need to expand the lobby size of Arena
There's
Commander.
even a working tram here. It's just pulling in a station.
I'm just never gonna have chaff.
Why don't you move the button then?
I probably should. Missile lock. Yikes, dude. I thought this was the kind of stuff that was already going to be... Oh my god,
So yeah,
dude,
why don't
there's
you
so
start-
many unselected bindings.
Why don't you just go down the list and just first examine what you need, look at it, and look at your sticks. Okay, this is probably where I want it. Like for myself, I have all primary systems on my left stick. Like my power is on my left stick, chaff.
This is
remote settings.
crazy, man. Oh yeah. Because I mean, you have like all these settings for like change, like set lag pips, set lead pips, right? All that kind of stuff. Do you have all that on buttons?
No, not on sticks. I have all that set in general settings to what I like. But on my game glass, I'd actually, if I ever do want to make a change, I have on my game glass where I can just tap it on the screen and it'll make the changing game.
Yeah, I guess I really need to think about getting game glass.
Or if you have a Steam Deck, something like that. For settings you don't use very often, but you feel like you might use in certain situations. Everything that you need for sure, like fighting or flying, you should for sure have on stick. And even then, I wouldn't even have the turn on or turn off. There's generally a toggle setting for most of those things, like toggle this off or on.
Mm-hmm. Find another XML file. Isn't Buzzkiller's XML like the gold standard? Not gonna lie, I did think it was gonna have more stuff bound here. Oh wait, I didn't even activate it. I didn't even freaking.
Go to control profiles, and then import it. That could be why nothing's working.
I'm so dumb. I'm like, it doesn't have all of them filled in. Yeah, dude, you gotta actually activate it.
Should be one labeled Buzzkill.
Dual, yeah, okay, dual VKB.
No, aren't his labeled Buzzkill though, or something like that?
Yeah, BK.
Oh yeah, cool. Sorry, I'm watching on a lag, so. Well, there's your problem.
Ooh, I can't tell which one of these is which.
Good way to tell is go to the key bindings, and then push a button, and it'll say stick 1, button 2, or I'll just say button 1, and then you know that's stick 1.
All right, how much did this just change from what I was doing? Oh God.
Oh, now you're cooking.
I don't like it.
All right, time to make those changes again.
Oh my God. Bro. All right, first off, we need to invert. Our strafe up down and I think our strafe left right. And that's good. Pitch up, good. Whoa, dude. Literally turning. Oh my God. Roll is on the Z. Or, yeah, roll is on the Z twist. And yaw is on the X axis. And both of them are inverted. Insanity.
You can always change that in your VKB
Yeah, I'm doing it
settings.
right now.
Like for the same thing happened with the Virpal stuff. I just went into their actual BIOS and changed it to always be inverted on the sticks. But when Star Citizen sees it, it sees it as normal.
I just inverted in the game. Strafe up, down, yes. Strafe left, right, yes. Yes. Cruise control, button 3. I don't know where button 3 is, dude. Boost, 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 speed limiter. Okay, so yeah, they've done a lot more here. There's a lot more stuff assigned now.
Like boost right there, it says input 2, so you know what stick to.
I'm gonna put my VTOL on. This activates my head tracker. That's quite nice. What about this? What does this do? Ooh, power settings.
There you go.
Whoa. Okay, that's
that
how I
one-
turn on lamp.
You might want to let power have a hat completely dedicated for that. Like mine, I have set up. Left is weapons, right is shields, down is engines, and up is reset to standard. And then long holds for each of those will give that specific one full power, while just a tap is just 1 bar.
Yeah, that's a solid one.
Unfortunately, I don't have any way to decrease it, so that's why on Game Glass I have buttons where I can decrease there too.
So, where is that? That's in...
That's a power settings.
Flight power. Okay, cool.
Yep.
Set power on.
Oh, what's really going to bake your head
Holy
is
crap, dude.
when you get to ground vehicles.
Okay, increase engines. Increase engines. I have it at button 13. That's button 11. What's 13? That's 13. Okay. So engines tap to decrease. Cool. Control plus tap to decrease. Tap to increase. Set to max is hold. Set to min is control hold. Is there another button I can do besides control, maybe? Am I even going to remember that? Probably not.
In the buzzkill, so control is this his modifier then? Like a certain key you have to hold down. In that,
Yeah. No, I can see it here. I'm just wondering if...
See, for
like
that,
if I want to do a modifier button or not.
See, with buzzcut stuff too, and other people's, they'll generally also have a file that you need to download for JoyToKey or Joystick Gremlin.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
So
he gave me that.
Yeah, okay, so that you have to actually turn on JoyToKey and have that active. So whenever you start playing the game, you have to make sure you turn on JoyToKey, make sure that profile is active, which you could set it to start up that way. Because it's turning one of your keys into that control button, not a button.
I would rather honestly just figure it out so I don't have to turn that on every time. Like just change those key bindings. Less stuff my computer has to run, the better. But where's lamp?
I believe it's under vehicle's cockpit.
No. Seat and operator. Light amplification. Here we go. Okay. So yeah, now with this change, I do have all of my key bindings on a single hat set to power. Which I've never done that before.
It makes it handy on the fly.
Yeah. What do I have right control set to? Nothing. I just feel like I'm going to forget to hold right control.
Shield system inactive. Shield system active.
For like modes, when you like example like missile mode, the hat I use for the missile settings like add, decrease, or switch the missile type. In gun mode, I use that for gimbals and stuff. So you can generally keybind 2 things that don't interact in different modes, like those 2. So when you flop the missile mode, that one hat now becomes free for me to use because there is no gimbals for missiles.
That's fair. Yeah.
But the problem is we got to keep in mind when you do something like that, though, there are some things that do carry over, like power. You can never, once you lock that hat in to all power, you can't, unless you have a modifier like control or something like that, you have to leave it the way it is, because you go to missile mode, well, you can still change power in missile mode.
Shield system inactive.
Man, this is crazy how easy it is to change my power like this. I never really changed my power around too much because it was so much more effort than needed, but having it just in your hands is really nice. Ouch!
Ooh.
We needed a new thingy for chat to kindly ask Tomato to bonk him in the head with a pool noodle and tell him to actually read chat when PK tells him why his stuff does not work. Nonsense. You love to leave gear down on a thumbstick in the middle, but that has ATC landing. Gear down on the thumbstick in the middle.
That's right. You guys, VKB, you actually have buttons on the base.
Yeah, you have a couple.
Yeah, for those, I would put stuff like that, like things you don't use that often, like landing gear, ATC.
Lamp.
Actually, lamp you should probably have on a stick because you might be turning that off and on frequently in the middle of flight. But yeah, like landing gear and stuff, you can probably either on the keyboard or somewhere on the base that you're not going to use for anything that you can't get to while you're flying, or don't need to get to it like fast while you're flying.
Yeah. Ooh, precision mode, huh?
Oh, that's a good one.
Interesting. Okay, what is with... Oh, my strafe is... I keep wondering why I'm crashing. It's because my strafe is inverted. I keep strafing down to the ground.
While you're here, you might as well just go ahead and play with the curves a little bit. Get a ship that's like really squirrely, like an Arrow, or even a Gladius, or M50, and set your curves so where you can handle that ship.
Yeah, I don't know what these curves are telling me. So as I slide the bar over on the curve, what is that actually doing? Flattening out the middle dead zone?
Yeah, so picture a box
with an S curve.
So basically it's one. You're doing 1-to-1s for every movement. It's inputting that much. When you set the curve to like say 1.5 or even 2, those small when you barely hit the joystick, you're not getting as many degrees as you would. The further you push your stick out, the more degrees of movement you get. So go ahead and set it to 3 and watch. As an example, go to the maximum, and then watch what happens high up. So it's not that sensitive when you barely touch the stick; it barely moves. And you have to really crank the stick in a direction to get it to move full.
Yeah, just expanding the dead zone basically.
Oh no, don't. Yeah, dead zone. I would leave unless you're noticing.
No, that's what it's doing though when you change that setting. It's expanding it.
No, it's nothing to do with dead zone. It's about right now it's 1-to-1. So if you touch it, you're basically going full board. But if you set a curve like 1.5 or even 2, when you move in a direction, you're not getting 10 degrees of movement. You might be getting like 1, and then the more you push the stick, the more degrees of movement you get until you reach the full 10.
Yeah, we were talking about different things.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, I think I just changed the dead zone for my first. Was that the? There we go. All right, drop these back down. And let me look at the sensitivity curves. So for flight movement, this would be like your pitch, yaw, and roll. I'll crank it up to 3 and see what happens. So it just goes from max, like it basically goes from 0 to 100 faster?
If you have it to the 3, no, it's opposite. You have to move the stick more to the direction to get the full degree of motion. So the bigger the curve you have, you can generally...
You get more precise.
Precise, yeah.
Okay.
Which is kind of good for the bigger ships, but when you're flying the smaller ships, unless you're doing like precision stuff, it kind of is a detriment. So it means you have to whack your stick full right, especially in combat.
Let's see.
But there's ways around that, but that's a little more advanced.
All right, let me turn them all the way down. Let's see what it does.
And even then, you'll notice like you want more. You want your yaw and roll or your pitch to be more touchy, but you don't want your strafes to be not touchy, or vice versa. You're gonna find my curves are all over the place.
Wait, it feels more touchy now that I've turned it up.
To 3?
Yeah. Is that?
No, that should be the other way around. 3 it's kind of dampen. It kind of dampens it. Like when if you have it at 1, and you barely move your stick, you should be moving at just about almost full rotation. When you have it at 3, move in a direction, it should barely move until you really move the stick in a direction.
Yeah, it's like the opposite for me.
That's weird. What's your saturation at?
Wait, no, I'm sorry. I think I had the wrong stick set. God dang it. I keep getting confused between the stick 2 and stick 3. I think I had...
If it gets confusing, just do all of them on both sticks.
Oh no, I turned them down all the way. My bad.
Oh,
I just completely got that wrong. Yeah, so you were right. They got really sensitive. Let me try 3 now. Yeah, okay, that's better.
Like
cool.
A lot of PvP players will tell you that you want it at nothing, and then you'll adjust saturation for it. But then when you want really precision stuff, unless you're really used to it, you'll notice it's kind of jittery.
I do really like it like this more. I hate doing small movements and getting a ton of change.
Dial it down though. Eventually you're gonna have to find a happy medium.
Yeah.
If you're gonna be flying different stuff.
Yeah.
So that's what I was saying. You're gonna spend hours in Arena Commander flying around objects. And you're going, okay, I want a little more movement, or I can do with dialing it down a little bit more.
It'll definitely help me out. This will definitely help me out with filming a lot. My shots are going to be a lot nicer.
There's camera movements for that also. Because if you look, there's a thumbstick and free flight or free look movement. You can also dial those curves down also, or crank them up if you want.
Because now I can do slow rolls. I can do nicer pans. Yeah, this is going to be much better.
But the thing is too, it's also ergonomics. Like some people, their left stick, when they're using Omni throttle up and down, they like to have it lower as possible because they can really muscle that more than they can or be more precise. But other people aren't really comfortable doing that, well, they need to dial it up.
I guess I'm gonna have to spend an entire day on stream just working on this, guys, because there's a lot. There's a lot. Yeah.
You should probably do it if you want to document it. Yeah, you're gonna be doing this for a long time.
Yeah. Thing is, if I'm offline, then I need to be working. I can't spend time on this, to be honest. Not right now, at least. But this is cool. That changes my speed limiter. That's quite nice.
You should generally have your speed limiter off. Only have it on when you really want to lock yourself into one speed.
Oh, I use the speed limiter a lot. Although I guess it's easier without the joystick, yeah.
Yeah, you have joystick.
That's fair.
You only, like example, the Daymar. Like, we'll have it locked in if you're flying the thing so you won't overshoot the racer. So your full throttle will only be what you have it locked at max. And also, that's what I was bringing up to you about sensitivity, especially with throttle. If you set it to half of your possible speed, you'll notice you won't have to really move your stick all that much forward to get half speed, because it's relative to what your limiter's at.
Guess I could just take this off. It actually would be better. Oh, I don't need an acceleration limiter either.
No. You can use that for, let's example, you have your curves at 1 and it's really skittish when you want to fly fighters. Let's say you move to a big ship and you want precision. You can dial down your acceleration limiter and it kind of reduces the thrust, so it kind of acts like a curve.
Yeah.
Like an in-game curve, sort of.
Might be useful.
Yeah, it is. Except you will limit your speed, but for on-the-fly stuff like that, that's what the speed limiters, acceleration limiter is for.
Uh-oh.
Oh, there you go. Look at you go.
I avoid crashing more now. Can't remember what boost is, though.
Boost should be your left trigger.
Oh. That's a good idea for boost. I think I had accidentally set it for something else.
Also, do you have your velocity indicator turned on?
That's the little bubble thing, right?
Yeah, a little bubble thing that shows you your direction.
Yeah. Yeah.
Not cool.
Can you turn? I didn't know we could turn that off, to be honest. I know you can change it, right?
Yeah, it's default. I think it disappears.
Yeah, I set boost. What did I even put it to? I'm telling you, dude, key bindings are... This is why I don't do keyboards. It's hard to remember key bindings for me. Oh. Oh, I guess I said it before I redid the new XML. That's why it's on there now. Okay.
What does he have it set
to? VSV. The trigger. All right. I think this has been a good enough introduction to this, at least. A good first time. The next several weeks is going to be me struggling to play the game a lot, but I think it's going to be a good freaking... It's going to be a journey.
Yeah. I know you said you can't do it, but probably the best thing is just come in here, fool around with it, go through all the keybinds, because Buzzcut might have some that you don't use or don't think you'll use, and you want to reassign it. It just takes a lot of time. But make sure you save your XML when you make changes. Like you go into there, you save the changes you made, and then outside of the game, grab that file and keep it somewhere safe.
Can you can save it here?
Yeah, you go to the key bindings, advanced, and then under control profiles, it says save control settings.
Ah, okay, cool. Yeah, I'll do that. Thank you, dude, for joining me for this and walking me through it a little bit. Have to do a whole bunch more over the next couple of weeks. Maybe an event or two that focuses on some dogfighting.
We have some coming up on Friday.
Beautiful. Maybe I'll check it out.
Also, yeah, again, like it's kind of hard to show people this. It's just something you have to get in here and just do yourself and figure out what works best for you.
Well, I like it. I think it's nice to finally get around to start making Star Citizen more fitting for me to actually play and get more into my zone of what I'm actually doing in this game. Looting, and I guess now I'm flying, although I don't want to. So don't think this means I'm going to start flying all the time, guys. Because it doesn't.
I think you're going to find a lot of people are going to be, I jammed my finger, I can't fly. Too bad you have to do it.
I'm going to be like, I jammed the whole ship into the side of a mountain. Maybe somebody else should do it.
All right, cool.
All right.
Which can be more help. Like, say again, it's something that the person has to actually do.
Yeah. Yeah. And I will no doubt be poking you again for more of this.
Sweet. All right. Glad to see you got your sticks, and it's nice to see people discover this part of Star Citizen, realizing like, holy crap, this is a completely different game now.
It's good stuff, dude. Now, next step, get a GPU that can put out 4K footage so I can give you guys better gameplay.
Damn. Take it easy, man.
All right, man. I'll see you later. Thank you. You gonna enjoy watching the sticks? Well, if you want to follow along on this journey over the next several weeks, remember to follow here on the stream. I will keep doing my streams as we do, 4 times a week, every week, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday. Some talking, some chatting, some gameplay, and all that jazz. I got to get off and go do some work on videos and taxes and healthcare and so much freaking stuff to do. I will be trying to put something out about the VKB talk we just had and the toes cam. Yes, we'll work on that too. Thank you everybody for being here. I appreciate you. We still have a giveaway going on if you didn't get to get into it. ! Giveaway will make the link pop up for that. It is a copy of Star Citizen plus an Atlas with the red Lunar New Year paint. And I think a couple other interesting things. And yeah, keep an eye out for videos. Check out Buzzkiller's diagrams. I actually downloaded Buzzkiller's files. I am using HOSAS helper because I think it does a pretty good job of kind of showing me where the buttons are. It's just a matter of I need to take a lot of time to look at all this thoroughly. Being an adult is hard. Being an adult. Ugh. Good Lord. Anyways, thank you guys all for being here. Have a lovely, lovely day. Treat your friends with love. Do something you enjoy today. Go out and celebrate. Playing Catch Up Gamer and Big Nelly, thank you guys both for the subs. Catch Up was at 27 months. Big Nelly at 3 months. Thank you for all the consistent content. Thank you for keeping up with it and watching it. I'm glad you enjoy it. I'm going to drop you all off on another Star Citizen stream today. Let us see. I'm going to send you to Moist Noodle because I needing to talk to that guy anyways about spiders. So jump on over there. It looks like he's doing some monthly report looky through. Ooh, should we talk about the monthly report? Man, if I don't talk about the monthly report now, I'd have to do it tomorrow. February monthly report. Oh, gosh. They drop it at the most inopportune times, you know? How long is it? Let's see. We're not going to do the ships today if we're going to do it, because that's going to take up too much time. I think we would just do the other stuff, and then I'll cover the ships separately. Is there core gameplay? Oh my god, dude. What? All right, it's pretty short. I guess we can go through it. Let me just go check with management real quick. Give me 1 minute. Man, it is actually crazy that we're talking about war. Like real conversations about family going to war is like This is insane. All right. Good news is, we're going to do the monthly report. Which isn't insane. It's rather unsane, which I like that. It's outsane. Is the opposite of insane just outsane? Starbuck, what's up? Big patch incoming 4.7, looking straight chef's kiss. 4.7 is sounding pretty good, yeah. Hello, Galadrim. Welcome in, dude. Phaedrus, good to see you. Bad news. Bad news. Bad news bears. Nobody was even celebrating the chair this time. That's because he doesn't have his mounts. Okay. There we go. All right. Space nerds. It's monthly report time. It's like one of their favorite times of the month, dude. We have been doing a whole bunch of this today. For those who haven't been involved, we are currently going through an engoodening process in Space Tomato. I have gotten some VKBs. I'm going to be mounting them to this chair soon, and we are basically just going through a long-term process of seeing if I can improve at the game from mouse and keyboard to HOSAS. And honestly, it's been a good time, but we're going to take a break and talk about development. Because what else do we do on this channel but talk about development? The February monthly report is usually actually a pretty interesting one. The last year one, I think, they didn't give us too much in January, so when February came out, it was like gigantic. Yeah, look at this. Freaking huge. This is the best part of the monthly report. This is where all the good stuff is happening that we'll actually get to try out. And it was huge last February. This February, not so much. So there's going to be some good stuff here that we'll go over, but you know, a lot of that excitement's probably going to come from the tech preview testing and Evocati testing and stuff going on this week. Let's jump in. In the AI content team, the social AI team began the month bug fixing in support of Alpha 4.6 before looking to future releases. AI content worked alongside mission design to set up characters that players will meet in some of the new in-game loops. Love to meet some characters. We do not get enough characters to meet in this game. I feel like one of the best parts of a mission that feels narrative is when you can meet somebody midway and actually have a conversation, and your contract, your mission changes because of that conversation. They also provided the initial setup and placeholder lines so the designers and directors can test the game flow with the sample lines in place. This allows the writers to react and refine the dialogue, ensuring it's working in context and providing appropriate information. The team also continued to outline their prospective goals for the upcoming year and define what would be needed for other teams to facilitate their implementation. The thing that gets me whenever you're recording something or writing something, you guys might also experience this. You get through your whole thing, you write down all the content, you feel good, and then you go through and you look at the finished product, and you're like, oh, this line would work a lot better there. I don't know how many of you guys make YouTube videos, but that happens to me with a lot of my YouTube videos. It's actually the worst part about being stuck to a timeline. Like people will say that YouTubers are doing specific videos because they want to make a certain amount of money. Generally, people don't choose videos based on money. They choose their timeline. So like, some people can make one video, right? And that covers them for the whole month. So they can make a video a month and then focus all their time on putting that together. Some people have to make a video every day. It just depends. But the amount of time that you get to put the video together is so freaking, in my opinion, it leads to a better final product because you can actually finish what you were doing, look at it, and be like, oh, there's a better angle here. There's something I could have doubled down on more here. I could have done more of. And you always end up getting a better product that way, in my opinion. That sounds kind of like what this is. Like, if once you get to do a placeholder, you basically get to finish what you're doing and see how it plays out. And that gives you way better perspective than just going through it once and releasing the voice lines. Also, how you miss really bad glitches slipping through QA. Hello, Cypher. You just make gameplay content, problem solved. That's too difficult. AI on the features and tech team. Last month, AI features and tech improved underground traversal for the Valakar. They're still working on that. This has been going on for a little while. They're prototyping its future speeds. The creature's behavior was also updated, including linear acceleration and deceleration when traversing during combat. We know from even just the last couple of monthly reports that the Valakar is getting a lot of work done on it. Clearly, it is their hope to get this thing into the game so that it can actually move around and fight us how they initially introduced it, as opposed to what we're getting right now at the Lazarus facility. Here it is last month. They were ensuring that the Valakar could move freely around planetary nav meshes for more profound underground movement. That work continues. We'll keep an eye on how well it goes. An issue was also fixed with toy guns triggering weapon fire and bullet hit sound effects, which caused NPCs to cower. Accuracy calculations were also modified to give design better control over them. This is not the only reason NPCs were cowering. They also would cower if you like backspaced in front of them, so that's just one of many fixes, I'm sure. The team then improved how safe zones function within the global perception system. Designated areas where players can rest or regroup without being detected by NPCs. Work was also done on integrating the voxel grid, which is currently in extensive QATR testing. Finally, the team began supporting refueling missions on the AI side. I'm interested in seeing how these refueling missions go. If they can get AI to actually refuel us, I'm curious of how much more they can get AI to do. Animation. They spent February improving assets for the Copion, while facial animation focused on the first performance capture shoot of the year. This was held at the end of February and captured numerous new characters. Interesting they're doing improvements on the Copion. I wonder what, like, we haven't heard anything about a new fauna coming lately, but I believe we did last year. They just kind of stopped talking about that. I don't remember where it was last year. I probably won't be able to find it just by guessing some month. But at some point, they were talking about working on a new animal, and I don't think we ever saw it. They also discussed a dog capture with animal trainers. What the hell? New animations, another new shoot, mission giver. Hey, here's something they talked about. This time they captured content for a new mission giver as well as multiple voice packs for NPCs throughout the Nyx system. The mission giver won't appear until a future patch. We're still waiting for that. There is a mission giver coming to the Nyx system that will be probably giving us some good new missions to run. Let's try September real quick, see if that was it. Upcoming creature and boss fight. That was probably the Yormandi. Yeah, I don't know where they talked about the new creature. We saw it was like a little cow thing. I think we saw it somewhere. I think it was the weapons content team, maybe. In this video, I'm not gonna scroll through this whole video to try and find it. I don't know why there would be a space cow in here. Right, that doesn't make sense. But we got to see a lot of like this art in the background of their computer screens, and I feel like one of the shots had a cow in it. I might also be crazy. I might be making things up. Anyways, let's continue. That's not really that important. Fauna has been going well, and I do hope that we can see some new ones a little bit soon, because their implementation into crafting is also a nice touch. Art on the character side. February saw character art polishing assets for Alpha 4.7, alongside working through art debt in preparation for Starware. The team also continued to work on new gang outfits and subscriber flare items. We haven't heard about Starware in a little while. Getting through art debt for Starware does kind of mean, like, if you don't get rid of art debt, if you expect the debt to come back up. It's sort of like continuously moving to launch Starware after that. The importance of Starware, for those who don't know, it is not some cool new technology. It's literally just armor. Well, there's two parts to it, really. There's the part that is this, that people really love and will glitch the game to try and do themselves. And no, that doesn't mean dancing.
Jacket on top of an undersuit? Yes. Yeah. How about an armor on top of a sleeveless shirt? Or even without no shirt at all? Like backpacks on clothing? Yeah. So Starware allows more customization than ever. But be careful, certain gameplay implications will still be true. And
so I think this is coming at a pretty opportune time, because with inventory changing and the armor system changing, it does feel like maybe that means we'll see. Oh, godly gee, what? Which one was? I think that was here.
So
here. No,
being able to pour up.
This was, where was this? First person? No. No. This was the one where they were talking about the characters. Character advancement. Yeah, here we go. So this, I think, is something that's coming with inventory changes. Excuse me. That is to say modular inventory. The ability to split up little bags and put them all across your body and carry little things inside of them. I think that the inventory change and Starware all coming at the same time would make a ton of sense. And we will see.
If a pair of pants look particularly armored, chances are they'll have modest damage mitigation to match.
Yeah, so this is the other side of Starware. Stats.
So that's flinch, stagger, and knockdowns, which brings me on to a full suit feature. If the player is wearing a full set of heavy combat armor, they'll not be able to be knocked down by small arms fire.
So all of this is to support the idea that different armor will be more rare. It will be more useful. It'll be valuable to certain people. Some people really don't want heavy armor because they don't care about protection. They might really value the ability to stay stealthy, not be able to get triggered by FPS scanning. So, it'll be more valuable to them. Maybe that's not you. You can find that stuff and sell it. It starts to create a little bit of an economy when the armor is where all the value lies rather than the character skills that you're trying to upgrade or unlock over time. So this has been a big thing that the game's been waiting for progression. It's nice to see them talking about it. Doesn't mean it's coming into the game soon, but I do think if they're getting rid of art debt, then we're preparing for some kind of a launch, and hopefully it's in the next couple of updates, because I think it would land very nicely with crafting. The concept team also explored new combat armors and prepared handoff sheets for upcoming mandates. We know there's a combat armor coming in the next update. I think another heavy armor, so it will have stats similar to something like this when those stats do start to come out. All right, we're going to skip the ships. You know how it is. We go back to ships a little bit later on. We'll cover that with the shipping sheet. We'll probably do that on Friday because I don't... You know what? We'll do it after this. We'll get to it, but we're going to come back to it. Core gameplay. As seen by VKB players during recent tech previews, the core gameplay team made solid progress on the inventory rework. Final polish and bug fixes are underway as the team prepares for it to release. That's fantastic. That's great to hear. I like that. At least it's getting close to release. Capital Ship services progressed well too and will be delivered to downstream teams soon. Whoa. Faster than I would have thought. The team's focus was also on social features demonstrated during CitizenCon 2954. Let's go, dude! The kids love social features. Okay. I would have loved a longer core gameplay section, but the updates we did get from it were nice and sweet. That being said, I was hoping maybe we would see something small in 4.7 for social. I guess it'll be coming in 4.8. The funny thing about it is just like they've been teasing social feature changes now for 2 loading screens, which is longer than they usually do. So I'm guessing maybe there was a little bit of a setback there, but I would expect to see something at least in 4.8. Like, I almost want to say at the latest. Capital Ship Services is going to be like landing inside of cap ships and repairing and rearming. I actually want to double check if it includes rearming, because that takes away a lot of fun for people if it does. So they talk about that here.
Come down, and then the capital ships can get of ammo and munitions and ballistics, and you're going to want to top up.
Why is it all so quiet?
This is where we're going to get our new feature in. Ship hangar, refueling, and rearming. You're going to be able to land in the hangar of select ships and be able to use the same interface as you are right now at stations to refuel and rearm.
It's specifically... So it's an interim solution, but it's basically so that you can use capital ships as actual capital ships. That's for the strike teams. I figured the strike teams was a late year kind of addition, so I'm surprised to see it going downstream teams so early, but that's good. Economy. What's economy team doing these days? The economy team spent part of February tracking exploits, in particular those that resulted in item duplication or large quantities of AUEC being generated. Okay, so remember, a few months ago they said they wanted to make sure that all of these exploits were taken care of for a good while before they decided to do a reset. Now they're starting to look at them from the economy team's perspective. Are they fixed? They continue by saying, while many loopholes have been closed, further patches will be introduced in 4.7. Following this, the devs will create additional guardrails and monitoring systems to lessen the impact of illicit AUEC on the wider game economy. I would not expect a wipe to the economy until they've done that. This sounds kind of like a soft, like a little bit of setting expectations on a timeline. We know for a fact that they're not going to finish this. We're not going to do any sort of wipes until this is done. We know here that they're going to be introducing new patches to the 4.7 branch to fix it. So they do want to get it figured out before 4.8 comes out. After that, probably in the 4.8 cycle, they'll start to do something to set more guardrails. So there's a pretty good chance that there's no wipe till after 4.8. That being said, don't take any words on it as law. Doesn't mean that one is coming. The economy also undertook additional balancing and adjustments to commodity, pricing, and trade routes, while laying the groundwork for future systems such as item recovery and crafting. Ooh boy. That means that they are figuring out the pricing it's going to cost for us to get our goods back when we die. If you didn't know, item recovery is an ongoing part of Star Citizen. It is not staying how it is, which is like when you die, you get to keep a lot of your stuff. That's going away. Item recovery tier 1 has been waiting for crafting to come into the game, and it will tell you here in the description when they announced it last year that when you die, your stuff will now disappear like it did before. We're going back to full loot. But players can register their equipped items, which can be reclaimed for a fee at a specific kiosk or freight elevator. So that fee is probably what the economy team is starting to look into. Something that's good to note here, little quality of life improvement. With this new item recovery tier 1, you'll no longer respawn with your preserved gear already equipped, yes. But they are developing a quality of life feature to allow you to re-equip all of your previous loadout with one auto-equip button, which I think people have been wanting longer than they've wanted any of this stuff. So the economy team's looking into this, which means it's starting to get close to implementation. Once crafting lands, keep an eye out for talk on this. They said, we are glad to see the positive community response to the Clear the Air live event. We are currently working on upcoming missions balancing and rewards, while also looking back at our past content and performing an additional pass on Wicklow-related content. You guys like that? Can we hear it for Wicklow, dude? Everybody's favorite alien. Much love, Wick. In February, the mission design team continued to work on the Alpha 4.7 mission pack, which adds more content to Nyx and revives the courier missions that have been waiting for a refactor since 4.0. Okay, so finally getting a big piece of the mission chains that we've been waiting for coming back into the game. Big question for me is, do these courier missions end up being the better newcomer contract to take? Or do the starting mining missions? We'll have to test that out on stream when they come out. As they said before, they have split those into some different changes based on small design changes around cargo hauling. As an example, courier missions now range from one-handed items to two-handed boxes. Delivery missions range from 1 SCU box to 6 1 SCU boxes. And hauling starts from 6 SCU upwards. They also said defend ship missions have received an update allowing the team to accurately track the health of the ship. This will prevent the ship from appearing at almost full health before dying. Love that, dude, when they're like, oh, thanks, you finally showed up. Where'd you go? Ah! Like, dude. You realistically die? Shipwave missions have been expanded to other contractors outside of Gilly, including a variation that ends with a large ship boss. Love a ship boss. Narrative. In February, the narrative team focused their efforts on Alpha 4.7, which will expand the content available in Nyx. This involved extensive work on the new locations, including the QV breaker stations, home of the Rock Cracker missions, and the People's Service stations, which, can I just say, I thought I did have those pulled up before. So this is actually surprising to me. Well, not surprising to me. Something I was hoping about. We were talking about this maybe last month. We were saying hopefully the space stations they bring into Nyx are not just the same stations we've had before with another coat of paint. They're not. They're Levski with another coat of paint. These are the new space stations coming to Nyx, and they're more focused on looking industrial, you know, like old mining stations. It says, discovered in 2582, the Nyx system was left unclaimed by the UEE after deciding its 3 planets were not terraforming candidates, and attempts to mine the dense glacium ring were deemed too dangerous. In 2618, a group of political activists and refugees fleeing the Messer regime moved into a vacated mining facility located in Delamar, a moon-sized asteroid deep within the system's belt. Compared to the polarized Stanton and Pyro system, Nyx sits in between in terms of safety, amenities, and accessibility. And although its most famous outpost, Levski, is operated by the people for the people, the needs of interstellar commerce haven't entirely bypassed Nyx, thanks to 8 jump points including to commercially viable systems like Stanton and Castra. Significant traffic flows through the space lanes. For those travelers who don't want to or need to take in the sights and sounds of Levski, enterprising occupants have set up familiar, though uniquely presented, rest stops at key locations around the system. Calling them familiar and uniquely presented kind of tells me they look cool on the outside, but they're probably going to be the same on the interior. I hope not. Let's see. They said they split the development between various teams, level design, art, and games design, missions design. Initially, the needs of the stations are determined by game design. They said the Nyx social stations are places inside astrobelts for players to refuel, repair, and rearm their ships, as well as getting a break during long travels. They usually have a small assortment of shops, as well as the occasional food establishment. Clinic services are available, and they also provide a place to sleep. Rest stops can serve both small and large ships through their hangars and docking tubes. However, parking space is limited. They said Vanduul attacks are a threat in the Nyx system, so stations have not developed around the virtual jump point. So there's probably a dead spot in the Nyx system that we'll see. They say design goals wise, it looks like they have everything that any other space station in Stanton and Pyro does have. Missions wise, they'll have resource gathering, hauling, courier, and patrol missions. I'm glad they have resource gathering missions. That sounds like fun. And then there's a style guide. Here we go. Here's some interior stuff. Following designs, a preliminary layout of location modules is created that includes everything required from gameplay and narrative perspective. Not really enough to be able to tell if it looks that much different. It looks like it might use the same interior assets as Levski, which don't look that far away from Lorville, but they can make it look different. So 4 rest stops will be live in the PU with 4.7, each being in the Keeger asteroid belt. So the Glacium Ring isn't going to have these stations, just the Keeger. That's a little look into those space stations, but that's something that they've been working on for a little while now, and I'm hoping that we do see more localized gameplay in those locations, because it's nice to have little pieces of gameplay you can do in a space station when you're stopping off for a couple hours. Looking ahead, the team wrote scripts and completed a capture session for a variety of new NPCs. This work is related to an upcoming gameplay loop that will be released later this year and includes a new faction representative. That might be a mission giver. That very well could be the NPC they were saying was getting lines earlier up on the monthly report. The session also involved additional content for the Tactical Strike Group missions featured at last year's CitizenCon. A lot of content still coming in this year, even though the features are starting to come in. It's great to see. Narrative also wrote a script for a new story mission that will be an important step towards establishing the pipeline needed for delivering the 1.0 main story content to players. Are they starting work on the main storyline? Star Citizen's main storyline may have begun development here. At least it's an important step toward. Into testing. Oh my god. One minute. One, 2, 3, 4. Testing. Hey, you can hear me. Can you hear me? Okay, we're back. Oy. Like I said, folks, if you want to help us save up for a new motherboard because our streaming PC is not working well, ! Goal. You can help it out. It's, yeah. I don't know, the USB ports on my streaming PC motherboard keep doing that. That's the first time it's done it quite like that. So we might be on to a new chapter. Sorry about that. That was weird. Okay. Where were we? New mission. Did we go over this? Finally, the team have been developing a storyline that will introduce in a future release that will see players face down an interesting new faction. No, I don't think we saw this. Okay, so we're back. Man, I'm sorry, guys. I lost audio. I don't know where we were. We're trying to come back in and coherently. This last bit here, though, is talking about another faction coming in. So we've got a new faction representative. We know that we've got Van Duel stuff going on. Tactical strike groups is happening. New social stations coming in. Rock Cracker mission happening. Main storyline is going on. There's a lot narratively that's going on in Star Citizen. Like, this didn't used to happen. We didn't used to get narrative. Basically, before last year, we didn't get narrative stuff. Oh, that's wrong. Nope, that's not the right link. That's supposed to... I'm sorry, I think it's supposed to be tip, not goal. That was if you wanted to help put money towards the motherboard. Sorry about that. So yeah, narrative didn't really happen much before. You can actually go back to the Star Citizen like 2024 May monthly report, I want to say, maybe May or April monthly report, and they actively acknowledged that narrative team was finally turning away from Squadron 42 to start working more on, let's see, okay, blah blah blah. As part of 1.0 development, further work was done on the location stories for the major landing zones. Okay, let's see if it was the one before that, April. Looking ahead, the team helped with the upcoming Invictus week. Additionally, the narrative team did a lot of planning and pre-production work on Star Citizen 1.0. All right, one more try, March. If it's not March, then I give up. But back during 2024, the narrative team came out and they were like, yo, we're pretty much all good to go on the Squadron 42, so we're going to start putting out Star Citizen stuff. And we were like, oh, what does that mean? And then 2025 hit and we started getting more narrative missions, and now we can see it's turning into a main storyline. But it does not look like this was the monthly report I was looking for. Fun little bit of lore, anyways. The RAM's gotten cheaper. It's trying its hardest. Tomato is a Mrs. Tomato. The dad jokes are mine. Toes. What else did narrative do? Did we cover everything? We did. Okay. Online technology is our next section. In February, the network team focused on improving stability and reliability across hybrid DGS, resolving several high-impact crashes, watchdog timeouts, and replication errors. The team advanced integration of the new SCP network stack into patch branches, addressing build issues and conflicts, and continued QDSM v1, v2 development and testing to improve dynamic server scaling. Don't say they don't bug test. Alongside this, the team implemented authority replication improvements, refactored streaming bind and unbind logic, and enhanced observability with new engine metrics. Moreover, support was provided for item imprint development and mission markers. Finally, the team also provided support for bootstrap and developer workflow issues. At risk of sounding a little bit sexual, it does sound like they are hardening server meshing. I don't know what the f any of this means, but it all comes off to me like the team has launched their product and they're now like sticking their fingers in and tweaking the dials and making sure everything is actually working correctly. All the problems that we noticed in server meshing over the last year, it feels like they're optimizing, which would be phenomenal. Next part says, following last year's internal demo of item recovery tier 1, I'm sorry, did we know that? The online services team prepared for a feature-complete internal demo and finalized the remaining work in preparation for its upcoming release. So that kind of confirms what we were looking at earlier. Item recovery tier 1, they worked on it last year. We saw them. We saw them literally say that they were working on it, I think, in the summer. And it was going, and then they just didn't really say anything. And you were wondering, are you guys putting it on the back burner? Did you just finish the work that you needed to do? Are you waiting for something? And I'm betting they were just waiting for crafting. Maybe some UI backup. Yeah, none of these monthly reports are the ones where they talk about it. I think it was It might have been May or April. But it looks, I mean, feature complete internal demo. This could definitely be a 4.8 thing. Internal work was also done on how the long-term database works with the intention of improving its speed. Benoit talked about that last month. Alongside members of core gameplay, online services planned for the social features as mentioned above. Instancing is entering its final stage of technical work before being passed down to the downstream teams. So we saw downstream teams also tackling these guys, capital ship services. Just to give you an idea of kind of the different things that are moving throughout the company at the same pace. Following the Bootstrap user survey, the Live Tools team conducted user interviews to better understand pain points and prioritize improvements to stability and performance. The Panic Switch error reporting tool saw active improvements in February, with new deployment updates, better across management, access management, and more consistent user interface across the application. Live Tools continued to modernize the Hex game dashboard with the new architecture now in active implementation. I don't even think I have footage of Hex. Unfortunately, this is a program that we only had a little bit of idea of how it worked, and because Turbulent's website has been shut down, I think. Definitely doesn't look the same. Oh, Turbulent? Sorry. Turbulent. Let's see. Oh, no, it might be the same. No, it's not. So originally what you would be able to do is come onto this website and you could look at the Star Citizen page, and they had displays of the different tech they've built for Star Citizen. That includes the Hex editor. It includes Odin. It includes Spectrum, but now that's all gone.
Thank you for coming
and it didn't
in.
repopulate on Star Citizen's website, so we kind of lost a little bit of information with that, unfortunately. Citizen Spooner? The Spoons, dude! Hey, good to see you. You know, I tried to raid you yesterday, but you logged out. I think you stopped your stream like a second before I pressed the raid button. Thank you so much for bringing your folks in, the Spoon crew. I'm going to call you. What's up, guys? 07s, how you doing? Welcome in. We are going over some Star Citizen stuff. We started out the day putting together my first real good HOSAS, getting ready to get better at the game. But now we're going over the monthly report. We're talking about what's going on in Star Citizen. Features, developments, new ships, all that jazz. So if you want to stick around, hang out, get some news, feel free. You're always welcome. We love star nerds, space nerds. You're good people. You deserve some good entertainment. I bet Spooner was giving it. What were you guys doing? Tell me. Tell me, what were you doing and why did it include pew-pews? Yeah, it was you, Spooner. Again. I know, dude. I think it's because we just we both usually end our streams around the same time. Now. You didn't go over the PU update? What were you up to, playing? Trying to bounty hunt. Hitting asteroids as usual. We might get along in that aspect. I'm pretty good at that. Bounty hunting is good fun, though. I think I'm gonna start trying bounty hunting now. Now that I've got cool guy flight controls. Look at this. Isn't this sick? This is so cool. Holy crap, this is... I love it. I want more of them. I'm not going to use them, I just want them. Just to look at them. Alright, where were we? Live Tools continue to modernize the Hex game dashboard. That's right, we were talking about Turbulent. R&D. In February, work on the improved ground fog continued. A dissipation model was implemented to simulate fog behavior during a full day and night cycle. I love a good night fog, dude. Especially when it's a full moon. It's like clouds on the ground. Elsewhere, a memory corruption in the engine's internal name table code was identified. This is it, folks. This is why I kept dying. This is why I couldn't beat all of the other players. Anybody who was able to kill me in the last couple of months, it was because of this. Nothing else. You like big sticks too? Who doesn't like a big stick when you want a little more control, huh? VK is great. You also have VKB since year 1. How long have you been sticking around? The moth giveaway was won by Edwin. But yes, we currently have an Argo, not Argo. Is it Argo? Does Argo make the Atlas? I think Argo makes the Atlas. Yeah, we have an Argo Atlas giveaway going on. It's the Lunar New Year Atlas, so it will be coming with a copy of the game, a special paint, a couple other goods. My face cam is behind the chat box. You mean the chat box is behind the face cam? There's the link in chat. Hit it up if you want to get interested. Don't let him hold that stick by the neck like that. It's like the first warning in the setup book. Which neck? In fact, I don't even need to know. I'll just not hold it by any neck. It comes with like 8 things? What? Sorry, I'm getting a bit distracted here. What does it come with? Oh, it doesn't say all of them on there. Well, here's the page if you guys want to get one. Get one. You got 16 days left. Can't see your face if you keep chat open. Huh? I don't know what you guys are talking about. My chat's below my camera. If it was above my camera, it would look like this. That would be unfortunate, but I keep it like that. All right, let's continue. So the memory corruption in the engine's internal name table was identified. This led to a rewrite of the name table code and related functionality, which now provides a thread-safe and significantly more efficient implementation. Good. On the VFX side, in February, the team focused heavily on supporting Alpha 4.7, contributing to the development of new locations, new creatures, props, and vehicles as additional deliverables for Nyx came online. New creatures is interesting. See, they're working on something. For example, one of the major points of interest for 4.7 received extensive fine-tuning, resulting in a significantly improved final look. Wonder what that was. Creatures for Nyx also received a dedicated VFX pass to ensure their visuals are up to date and properly integrated into the new environments. In addition, the team helped bring several upcoming vehicles to life. I bet you the creatures are waiting for Nyx. For Nyx 1. They're gonna have a couple new creatures coming with the new Nyx planets. You have a tablet? Maybe it's because of that. Space whales. Bro, space whales are so... Oh my god. You know how much footage we have of space whales? You would think not much because, like, how many different times can a space game talk about whales? We have plenty of shots. Okay, some of them are reactions to me seeing space whales, but... But I mean, this is from 2021, man. And they were showing us kind of the first ideas of what they'd be. The idea that you could land on it and go like harvest some barnacles off of them and stuff, which I have no doubt now. That makes a ton of sense for crafting. And then they showed one in engine one time, and it was like, oh, okay. But we never saw them again after this. So, God only knows. Oh, this was me and Morph at CitizenCon when they showed the space whale. Yeah, we love whales, because we all are one. Too bad they're still not in the game. But that's the monthly report, folks. Hope you enjoyed this little development dive into the progress and features that are going on. We're going to jump into ships now. So that'll be a different video, but if you're on the stream here, you can stick right here, and we're going to pull up the ship tracking ship sheet. Ship sheet. You can find it on the website here. All of the updates will be published here, and you can follow along month by month, or you can just look at the screen I'm about to pull up. No, you go over it. No, stay, go. Yeah. Fine, whatever. Such a nerd. Hell yeah, dude. Big ol' nerd. Are you sure that kid was you? The only spreadsheet that's ever been entertaining. It's not even like a full-on spreadsheet. It actually is not as powerful as a spreadsheet, but it's nicer on the eyes. All right, let's pull up our ship section. Raylan hype. It's like the third time I've seen that today. You hear that for every account that is over 10k pledge, there is one of those whales named after it. I don't ever plan on spending more than 10k on this game. Even including all of our giveaway stuff. First time getting sticks. I had some T16s. It was a HOSAS. I've never had dual sticks before, so this will be a first for that, yeah. But I didn't use the T16,000s for a while. Not since years ago. 5 years. 4 or 5 years. All right. Y'all have come for ship news. I have brought it. In the UK, the ship's team completed the art phases for the Aegis Hammerhead Gold Standard, with the ship moving to downstream teams for the closeout. They then moved to onto a related ship, which is approaching White Box. Okay, couple things there. Hammerhead. I said release imminent last month. Clearly it's not. We're gonna go back to final art because this is in the God, and my confidence was absolutely embarrassing. We'll put it at absolute now because we know it's at the downstream teams. I guess the expected release will be next month in that case. It could be maybe they're going to wait until Invictus. You guys think they'll wait until Invictus to release the new Hammerhead Gold Standard? I'm going to leave it for April. An April thing. In February, art finished, and it was moved to the downstream teams. Good for you, old hammy boy. You think Invictus for sure? All right. We'll shift it to Invictus. Let's see if they do it. And then the other one here is interesting. A related ship moved to White Box. Now, somebody did say that they were wondering if the new Aegis ship coming up was going to be a Hammerhead variant. I guess it wouldn't necessarily be in White Box. They probably would have referred to it as a variant if it was. So this is likely a new ship. We'll come back to this because we don't know if this is one of the unannounced ships number 4. Next up, the GATAC Raylan passed its White Box gate review and moved into Gray Box ahead of its planned release at Alien. Ahead of its planned release at Alien Week this year. With more artists joining the project to help build out assets for future GATAC ships. Well, holy dude, they don't usually just say that it's coming out at a certain time. I never know how CIG decides when to say stuff like that. But there's confirmation on what we had already suspected. Well, we suspected it. We were kind of iffy because the last we checked in on it, the ship was in white box as of February 4th. And white box is pretty early in the process to be releasing in June. Alien Week is, I think, the first or second week of June. So it's only just now getting into gray box. Like, they are going to push this ship through. They're working hard on this one. We will say that it passed its white box gate review in February. So last time we checked in on this, it was going towards its white box gate review in February. And now we know that it has passed it. Planned release announced for Alien Week. And I believe we already had that on I had the expected release. Oh, that's yeah, June 12th. Believe that's around Alien Week time. Love us some more alien ships. So Alien Week started June 14th. Yeah, so it'll probably be our June 12th prediction's pretty spot on, guys. June 12th is going to be that Friday. It'll probably be the next Monday, the 15th, so we'll move it there. But not bad, not a bad call. Now, just on the podcast this weekend, me and Astro Historian were talking about the possibilities of this ship coming out, because usually they can't get a ship from white box to out in just a space of 3 or 4 months, but they clearly want this thing done. I'll give you a little preview of what it looks like, because this is probably the coolest alien ship that we've seen coming to Star Citizen so far, in my opinion. Look at the concepts. The concepts for it were sick.
In the South Xi'an, the Xi'an Empire, they are known for being like really innovative and interested in discovering the next
Yeah, so literally one of the concepts for this ended up becoming the Trulin.
big cool thing in technology.
And they're talking about, in this very monthly report, they're saying that they're working on parts for future GATAC ships. So they're doing the same thing they did for Drake, that they're doing for RSI, that they've done for other manufacturers. They're building it out so it's easier for them to make ships faster in the future. Good for them.
And that's part of why they immediately jumped on
You're not holding your breath? You don't think they'll make it?
Opportunity to make a ship
Bro,
that would...
if there's one thing CIG is good on hitting, it is ship sales. If they want to sell this thing in June, they're going to sell this in June, whether it's broken or not.
be friendly to both Xi'an and humans. Like,
it does kind of look like the gigantic Sentinels.
The alien stuff is the hardest one to sort of deal with sort of branding. We did our usual. We came up with 3 sort of strong...
Dude, this actually looks really cool. This has some kind of like Gundam vibes to it. Armored core.
Candidates to give to Chris to have a look at. And from there, it's... I mean, people will see that...
Dude, I love this. This is like a... It's like a mix of like the bad guys from Tron style and the new age bad guys from Star Wars. I really like this. Angry ship, it does look a little mad right here.
Very early on, it was almost locked in. It was like,
sorry,
okay, this
what?
is what we're doing. We're a lot more confident in how we approach these things now.
I'm pumped for GATAC ships. These look sick.
We make sort of stronger decisions right at the start to push those through. One of the big features of the ship was the fact that it changes shape like massively. So that's the really nice thing about this ship. And coupled with the sort of final materials that we came up with.
Bro, this thing is gonna sell like crazy. I think this is gonna actually be the kind of ship that gets people's attention from outside of the game. This thing's gonna come out, and depending on how it shows up in videos, people are going to see this and be like, what game is that? Because this just doesn't really look like anything else on the market.
No mistaking the ship now. It's
not like you can just get another spaceship in another game and it feels similar to this. Look at the interior of
come
this
and
thing,
greet
dude.
you.
It's crazy.
You get on it, click a button, takes you up to the entrance of the ship through the airlock. That's where you first get your experience of the Xi'an architecture.
I don't think it's supposed to be
within the
fast
ship.
necessarily.
When you choose to get on the lift to go up to habitation, you know, you've got a console that's made out of like 50 different pieces in it, and it all builds itself into position, and then you click the button, get on your elevator, which isn't the standard elevator either. At the moment it's at an angle, so you have a very different experience of like transitioning up through the floors, and the floors will also transform to sort of enable you to get through easily. So then,
yeah,
when
look
you're
at the
in
freaking console over here. Look at the way it moves, like when you activate the console.
The floors will also
so much animation.
Transform to sort of enable you to get through easily. So then, when you're in the habitation,
So like, this is an art piece, dude. It's gonna be a ridiculous thing to come into the game. It's an older concept, and clearly it took a while for them to figure out the design language and get it all working. And obviously, the cargo pods in the back are a little bit different, so they had to account for that. But I do think this is going to be a pretty monumental addition to the game. It's an old concept, 4 years old now, but it's an alien ship, and those really stick out like a sore thumb at times. Ship will be bugged, no doubt. Oh yeah, there's also the Hull B. Where is that? They talk about that here. Let's keep going. Work also continued on the Grey Cat UTV, which had freshly captured enter and exit animations implemented. It's currently with downstream teams for completion. Grey Cat UTV, where do we have that one? Got very high confidence on that in white box. They don't say where it is here, but if it's currently with downstream teams, it's got to be in the gray box at least. So let's move that up to gray. Actually, downstream teams, I bet it's at final art. We had that as an expected release for May. They could release that next month. They could release it in April too. I don't think it'll take until May. How about we give that one an April guess? Because it's not a military vehicle. All right, February. It was delayed until February for its mocap session due to external factors, though it still made its gate review early in the month of January. So yeah, it definitely moved past the white box by then. We just weren't getting any actual statements that it was moving past white box. So we'll say that it's with the downstream teams preparing for completion in February. And then along with that, we're going to keep us at a April 15th expectation. Very high confidence. We good, dude. There's not really much to say about the UTV. It's another ground vehicle. I think it looks a little bit better than the PTV. You got a spot to keep your gun on the side. It's got some nice... I think it looks like it's really fun. I would love a little truck like this in real life. Drive this around little freaking volcanic fields or something, it looks like. Space for gun. Looks like possibly space for a box in the back, which would be a huge... Like, if you could put a 1SCU box in the back of this, this will immediately become my favorite vehicle to go around with doing things, because that's really, really beneficial. Looks like it's smaller than an MTC, so that'd be good. This one looks like it's coming soon. Another ground vehicle, possibly a CCU token for you, but I think it looks like a good ground vehicle. MISC has an upcoming hauler coming out. The Hull B is continued towards its LOD 0 gate review. Tech Art is currently finalizing the highly intricate spindle deploy and retract animations. All right, we got the Hull B on here. Here we go. Very high. It's in LOD 0. I had it at. Still in LOD 0, waiting for that review. I have an April 16th release. I think it's going to be later than that. It'd be weird for it to come for Invictus, but at the same time, it doesn't look like it's going to come before then. Tech Art is in the works in February. There's our update for that. Oh, I'm not updating our last mentions. I need to update last mentions. March 4th, March 4th, March 4th. March 4th. I think that's it. And we continue. The Drake Ironclad, the Ironclad Assault, and the Command modules each passed their gray box gate reviews. The team then moved on to the LOD 0 tasks. Oh, jeez, dude. Quickly progressing thanks to the time invested during white box on the modular kit. Folks. The freaking Ironclads in LOD 0. Also the Assault. Wow. Solid. So they're on track with the Ironclad. I think they're gonna get that by Drake Week. So we'll stick to that May 29th expectation. Which is kind of funny because they were introduced on May 29th of 2024. Oh, I'm selecting February 4th. And what kind of update do we have? Team moved on to the LOD tasks. Quickly progressing thanks to the time invested during white box and modular kits. All right, let's update this here. That's a lot of information on the Ironclad's whole design process. This has been a thick one. The Ironclad Assault we kind of have going the same way. I've just linked it back to the original Ironclad here. And it'll just include anything else that's unique to the Assault, which they've put up here. Nothing here, so we can move on from that. LOD 0 is level of detail. So the number after LOD is the distance from the item. So LOD 500 would be like, is it rendering correctly at 500 meters based on the distance and the details you need to see? LOD 0 is saying, is it rendering correctly at 0 distance, which is the highest level of detail. That basically means they've completed all the art and they are good to go. The alien ships do look different from the human slop. You're not wrong. We humans, we're sloppy. 3 unannounced vehicles progressed. All right. You know what? I'm going to come back to that. Let's do the ships we know about, because good God, it gets annoying. Finally, the Drake Kraken had its white box review rescheduled to early March after further concept time resolved areas that didn't quite hit current standards. The team also reviewed traversal throughout the ship. Following this, they removed and reduced the scale of some rooms that offered no benefit to players, without compromising the scale of the interior hero rooms, like engineering. There we go. That's our first example of a hero room. They weren't really saying what they were, they just said hero rooms. I think it's clear though from this that a hero room is basically just a room meant for a function. So fabrication, engineering, medical, probably even like a refining station. All of those are hero rooms in ships. Basically not habitation or bedrooms or the cockpit. The ship remains on track for its planned release next year. I think that's the first time they have confirmed for us when they're expecting the Kraken to come out. So that kind of cool. It's still exactly where we thought it was going to be. Invictus Week, Drake Defense Con of 2027. Last update on March we have. We'll go ahead and drop in all of the stuff that they've said here. Had its white box review pushed. So it's still in the white box phase. Yeah, I think the Pioneer might be next year too. But we'll see. That's going to depend on how base building is coming together. And they might push that back. All right. Time for unannounced ships. As we can see here, there are currently 8 that we are aware of, but they only have, it looks like 4 updating here, and then whatever this is. So 3 unannounced ships progressed. The first is approaching its gray box gate review, while the second passed its gray box following minor functionality requests from the director. Okay, so let's find one in gray box. We have 3 listed in gray box for sure. One of these, I had an expected release for this month. very well could be still a thing, but I think it would have passed its gray box review already. So I don't think that's going to happen regardless. This was the moth, right? We basically called this as the Argo moth. So we're going to go ahead and list this as released. And take off the unannounced. We'll also list the last time we got an update on that, which was, that's right, February 4th. When did it release? It was around there, right? It's like the 13th or so, somewhere around there. We got that right. No news on Origin. So, gray box, gray box, gray box. Which of these could it be? One of them had to be approaching its gray box review. Fourth upcoming ship at its white box review in January, which flags some issues with its main gameplay. Okay, that's a possibility. This one says it passed its white box gate review in January. Also a possibility. This one says passed white box following a hugely successful concept stage. So all of these passed white box recently. That doesn't help us at all. Literally any of these could be this ship. So I guess we'll just pick one and go with it. Let's say it's this one. And February, it's approaching its gray box review. Yay! Good job, kids. That was... Man. I hate unannounced ships. Next one. Passed its gray box following minor functionality requests from the director. Is that Chris? We'll just go ahead and assume that the other one of this was... Wait. Passed its gray box gate review. Yeah, we'll just assume this is another one of these gray box ships. How about this one? That means it's moving on to Lot 0. We don't know what it is. I'm going to remove any sort of expected release date because I have no confidence in this whatsoever. And we'll put that it passed its gray box following minor adjustments needed. February. Last update. March. No, the Kraken will have bathrooms and kitchens and stuff. Bathrooms and kitchens will be important for those ships. The third passed its white box review, though it is currently receiving tweaks to the layout before gray box. Okay. That must be this one then. Is that that must be the... No, that's not the North American team. Okay, so I guess it's this. Progressing quickly due to the availability of its existing brand kit, the fourth upcoming ship had its white box gate review in January, which flagged some issues with its main gameplay feature not behaving as expected. Would that be crazy to say that that is also currently receiving tweaks to the layout before gray box? Like maybe they're just having a lot of struggles with this ship. I'm going to go with it just because it makes for a fun story. So in February, it passed its white box review, but it didn't necessarily move to gray box yet. So we're going to leave it in the white box section, but update the update there. Finally, in North America, an unannounced ship passed its white box gate review with the team talk and feedback regarding some of the interactions with elements in the rear half. Luckily, we already know what this is because there's only one unannounced ship being worked on in North America. So our confidence goes up a little bit because we can definitely draw these two updates to be the same vehicle. Put this update at February. And change that most recent updated date. Cool. That's not bad. So is that still in white box? Past its white box review. So we're on to gray box for that one. Sick. Which one is the origin ship? You think the new Origin ship will be a generalist? I hope so. All right. So that's been your ship update. We also have this, a related ship. I'm just going to put this up here as related to Hammerhead. Because what does that mean, related ship? Is it a variant of the Hammerhead? Why is it related? How is it related? We'll find out soon enough. I'm going to keep that at the low phase of confidence. It's approaching white box, so it's in the concept phase, or we'll say pre-production. It's a ship. We don't know what it is, though. It's kind of weird. No idea anything about it, but we'll just put it down for its first update, and we'll say it is related, somehow related to the Hammerhead. Approaching white box in February. Good enough. Fix the Hammerhead first. I mean, it's part of the Gold Pass, I guess. No news on the Galaxy, but yeah, it is still planned for IAE. Okay, so as of updates on ships we got today, we got Greycat UTV, Aegis Hammerhead, Drake Ironclad, Miss Colby, Ironclad Assault, Gattack Raylan, Drake Kraken, and 4 unannounced ships, as well as something related to the Hammerhead. How many was I didn't count that. How many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 ships. 12 ships in the news today to wrap you up for your February monthly report. I hope you learned something from this. Get whatever opinions you would like. I think I've done enough of my own talking. Thanks for watching. Hammerhead Mark II. The great Hammerhead Boogaloo. All right, y'all. Thank you so much for chilling with me for this. Northern Tech Hermit, thank you for the sub at 13 months. Appreciate you, dude. HOSAS these flight controls. Can we find this somewhere? It is on our website. Just go to spacetomato-gaming.com. And there's a ship tracking section. You click on that and you have access to the sheet. I'd like to thank everybody once again for being here. You guys, you're lovely. If you stayed pumped from the raids, thanks so much for coming in with Spooner and who rated us first? It was Super Mac. Yeah, y'all are awesome. I hope you enjoyed the show. I hope you got to find something new that you get to like, and you come and try it out with us again on Friday. We'll be doing some more gameplay. I will be back to more HOSAS testing and working on that. And I'll probably be talking about the Star Citizen Live, actually, on Thursday with Sean Tracy. So if you want to chill and chat about whatever details come from there, I will see you then. Otherwise, let us see who we might raid. All right, I'm gonna send you over to Detox. Yeah, the Star Citizen Live's on Thursday. Esoteric, I'm glad you liked the stream, dude. Cheers to you. Hope you had a good day. Y'all have a wonderful time. Have a great day. Go eat something you love. Do something you love. You're great people. You're good chat energy. And you deserve to do something good today. I hope you enjoy the rest of it. I will see you on Friday. Stay safe. Be well. And pray for all the people going through incredibly hard times in the world right now. Until next time. Goodbye, y'all.